In today's video, I'll be walking you through step by step and showing you exactly how you can build your own WordPress website from absolute zero all the way to completion. From blank page to beautiful and professional website with multiple pages and features that can easily be modified and updated all by yourself. WordPress is the most powerful website builder in the world by far. In fact, WordPress powers over 43% of websites on the entire internet, including many of the world's leading brands and figures. And so whether you're brand new to this, as in you've never built a WordPress website in your life and the thought of it alone scares you, or perhaps you're somebody who has a little bit of experience but you simply need a refresher, this video is going to be for everyone. And we're going to cover everything in this video. I am not going to leave a single stone unturned. This will be by far the most comprehensive and complete WordPress tutorial that you'll find on the entire internet. And so here's a full breakdown of what we'll talk about in today's video and what you can expect. I'll also have timestamps in the video so that you can easily jump around to find exactly what you're looking for. Now, building a WordPress website from start to finish is surprisingly very easy. Essentially, there are three different phases or steps to creating a website. First is what I call the foundation phase. Next, you've got the design and content phase. And finally is the enhancements phase. Within each phase are different steps, and each of these steps are critical. And so let's quickly go over each of them. The foundation phase is a critical phase. This is where you'll actually set up the foundation for your website. Just like you have to build a strong foundation before you can build a house, a website is no different. You need a strong website foundation, and this includes choosing a strong domain name, getting really high quality website hosting so that your website can actually exist on the internet, installing WordPress, and then logging into your website for the first time and just kind of familiarizing yourself with the WordPress dashboard. After that is the design and content phase, and this is where the fun really begins. In this phase, we'll actually start building out your website and turning it from a complete blank canvas to a professional, high quality website that you can be proud of. We'll also do things like install some really important free design plugins that will make it incredibly easy to not only design your website initially, but also to make updates in the future. We'll then go through and start building out all of the main key pages of your website, which include the home page, the about page, the services page, and the contact page. And I'll also show you how to build a blog page. After that, it'll be time to do things like build your website header. And this is the actual top part of your website, which includes your logo and your menu. I'll then show you how to build your website footer, which is the very bottom section on every single page of your website. And then toward the end of this phase, I'll show you exactly how to make your website mobile responsive. And all this means is if you were to open up your website on your phone screen, it would still look really amazing like how it does on your computer. And then finally is phase 3. And in phase 3, I'm just going to be going over some common additional features that most people want on their website, but nobody else talks about in any other tutorial that I've seen on YouTube. I'll be showing you how to actually submit your website to Google so that you can rank on Google search. These things don't just happen automatically. I'll show you how to set up a CAPTCHA or like an anti-spam for your contact forms so that your website isn't attracting a ton of spam messages into your inbox. And I'll show you how to do a bunch of other things like improve your site's performance, install a caching plugin, collect emails, add additional website accounts, and a bunch of other things. So sit back, grab a cup of coffee or tea or maybe just water, and let's start showing you exactly how to build a WordPress website. Now, before you can do anything, the very first thing that you'll need is website hosting. And through all of my experiences, the best one out there is a web host called Hostinger. And I've left a link to Hostinger down in the video description and the pinned comment so that you can quickly get to this page here. By clicking on that link, it'll also help you to get a really big discount on your website website hosting, but I'm going to show you how to get an even bigger discount a little bit later. Now, the reason Hostinger is so good is because they offer more features than many other web hosts that I've seen. One of my favorite features is the one-click WordPress installation. This feature gives you the ability to install WordPress with just one click of a button. But to get started, all you're going to do is click on this button right here that says Claim Deal. When you do that, it's going to bring you to this pricing table right here where you'll see 3 different pricing plans. You've got the premium plan, business, and cloud startup. Now, to be completely honest with you, the cloud startup plan is unnecessary for most people. The only 2 plans that you should be considering are the premium plan and the business plan. And the difference between these 2 plans is that the business plan simply has a few more features. For example, if you plan on having a blog integrated into your website, I would recommend going with the business plan. The reason I would recommend this is because the business plan comes with the AI copywriting tool. Basically, this tool will write entire blog articles for you. Perhaps you own a plumbing business, right? And you want to write blog articles about plumbing so that you can rank your website higher on Google search. If this is you, then you should go with the business plan so that you can get access to the AI copywriting tool. Also, if you plan on selling something directly on your website, like products or services, and you plan on accepting payments on your website, then I would also recommend the business plan. In every other situation, the premium plan is the best option. Now, all of these plans do include features like regular website backups, a free domain name, security features, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. But in this video, I will be showing you how to build a blog into your website. And for that reason, I'll be going with the business plan so that I can get access to the AI copywriting tool. So we'll click on this button that says Add to Cart. You'll then land on this page here that says you're almost there, complete your order. And it shows us which plan we selected. This first step here is asking you to choose a period. Now, before we do anything else here, I actually want you to jump ahead to step number 3, and then underneath the total, you'll see this link here that says have a coupon code. And what you'll do is click on that link. This box will then appear, and you're gonna type in the code Joshua Mayo, JOSHUA-MAYO with no spaces, and then click on apply. When you do this, you'll get an even bigger discount on your website hosting in addition to the first discount that you'll get for clicking on the Hostinger link in the video description. And if we scroll back up here to step number 1, you can see that these prices up here went even lower after that coupon code. Okay, so which period should you select for your website hosting? Do you want to pay for it on a month-by-month basis? Do you want to pay maybe 1 year in advance or even longer? It's at this point that a little bit of strategy comes into play, because if you choose to pay for your hosting on a monthly basis, you'll actually end up paying significantly more money over the long run. For example, if we went with the monthly plan, after 1 year, you would have paid $168 plus a $5 setup fee. Not to mention, the monthly plan does not include a free domain name, which is a $10 value. So after all of that, you would be paying $183 for just 1 year of website hosting. This is not good. However, if you went with the 1 year plan, after all the discounts, you would only have to pay $53.98 for the entire year of web hosting. Plus, the $5 setup fee is waived and you get a free domain name. If you went with the 2 year plan, you would still only be paying $96.98 for 2 entire years of website hosting. Or you could save close to $500 and go with the 4 year plan and only end up paying $172 for 4 massive years of website hosting. And so as you can see, you could just go with the longest period available, which is 4 years, and you would still end up paying far less money than just 1 year of hosting if you went with the monthly plan. I mean, after 4 years on the monthly plan, you would have paid over $712 for website hosting. So like I said, this right here is your time to be very strategic about which period you choose. If you know for a fact that you're gonna have your website for longer than 4 years, then you should definitely go with the 4 year period, because this will give you the highest value and save you the most money over the long run. If you're unsure, then just go with the 1 year period. You'll still end up paying significantly less money, plus you'll get a free domain name compared to the monthly plan. And so I'll select the 1-year period. Next, you'll create your account, and you can either do this with an email and password, or you can create an account using a Google account. And lastly, you'll select a payment option. You can see that there are quite a few options here. You've got credit card, PayPal, Google Pay, Alipay, and CoinGate, which allows you to pay with cryptocurrency. Most of you will likely just select credit card. Now, your first and last name and phone number are all optional. You don't have to provide this information. You do, however, have to enter your address. And so I'll type that in, then scroll down a little bit and enter your credit card details. Also, make sure that the coupon code Joshua Mayo is entered here so that you can get the biggest discount available. And finally, click on Submit Secure Payment. Congratulations, you've officially taken the first and arguably most important step to building your WordPress website, which is securing website hosting. The next step is to choose a domain name and install WordPress. Now, after you submit your payment, you should land on this page right here. It says, hello, who is this website for? Myself or my business or for someone else? Most of you will likely just select myself or my business. You can also skip this question if you wanted to, it's not required. I'll go ahead and select the option that says myself or my business and then click down here on next. It'll then ask you, do you want to create or migrate a website? If you are creating a brand new WordPress website, as in you don't have any existing WordPress websites that you plan on using as your website, then you'll select the option that says create. If you do have an existing WordPress website and you simply want to use that website, but then perhaps do some updates to the design or the content, then you'll choose this option that says migrate. Most of you will likely just select create. That's what I'll do, and then click on next. Right here, you'll go ahead and create the login details for your WordPress website. And these are the actual login credentials that you'll use to log into your website. And so make sure that you choose an admin email and a password that you can remember. And the password has to fit all of this criteria. It needs at least one number, one lowercase letter. It has to be between 8 and 50 characters in total. It needs to have one symbol, one uppercase letter, and you can only use Latin letters, which is just another way of saying English letters. And keep in mind, okay, once your WordPress website is actually created, you can always change this password to something more simple if you want. You can also change the admin email, create additional admin accounts, or other lower level accounts if you want. And I'll show you how to do all of that stuff a little bit later. But once all of this information is set, you'll click on next, and it's going to ask you what type of website do you want to build. Are you building an online store, a blog, online business card, portfolio, affiliate marketing website, or other? Most of you will select the option that says other, but at the end of the day, this question doesn't affect anything at all. You could choose the affiliate marketing website option if you wanted, and it's not going to change what happens once we start building your website. So just choose other and then click on the button that says next. This next screen here is going to ask you, how do you want to start building your website? And there are two different options here: pre-built website templates and standard themes. And you're not going to click on either of these because we'll install a theme later. And so just click down here on skip. You'll then be asked if you want to pre-install plugins on your website, and I would highly advise against doing this. Plugins are basically add-ons that you can install on your website to get additional features. And plugins are amazing. They're a big reason why WordPress is the absolute best website builder in the world. However, all of these plugins, at least at the very beginning, are completely unnecessary. We will install plugins later on, but for now, we don't need these. So click on skip down here at the bottom. This screen here is asking, do you want to generate content with AI? Basically, you can enter your company's name and then describe what your company does, and Hostinger's AI will automatically generate original content tailored specifically to you. And doing this is completely optional. You don't have to do this. And so if you want to, you can just click down here on skip. And it's at this point where you'll be able to create your domain name. If you recall from earlier, your domain name is the address to your website. It's what people type into their computer and specifically their web browser to get to your website. And usually your website's domain name is simply the name of your business. For example, my fictional business is called Billy the Plumber. So my domain name would just be billytheplumber.com. And if I type that in, you can see that this domain name is available. Sometimes, however, you might choose a domain name that isn't available. For example, let's say that my business was called Billy's Plumbing instead, and my domain name was billysplumbing.com. Well, this domain name is already taken. We can't use this. And so in this situation, what would you do? Well, it's actually very simple. You would simply play around with different variations of the name using different words until you find a domain name that is available. For example, instead of billysplumbing.com, perhaps you try itsbillysplumbing.com or billysplumbingco.com or billysplumbingservices.com, right? All of these domain names are available. Now, some people might be inclined to just go with one of these other domain names with a different extension. The extension is the part of the domain name before the dot. And so your website.com. In this example, the .com is the extension. And as you can see from this massive list here, there are a ton of different extensions that you can choose from. And I would actually recommend that you don't go with any of these other extensions. Why? Well, because in my opinion, they can come off as being untrustworthy and somewhat spammy. In fact, oftentimes, a lot of spam or malicious websites will use these other domain extensions like .biz or .xyz. And it's for this reason that I would recommend you avoid using them. Also, you'll notice that many of these extensions cost more money each year after the first free year is over. The .fun extension, for example, costs $32.99 per year. This is pretty expensive when you consider that a classic .com extension typically only costs $10 per year. For all of these reasons, I really want you to just stick with a .com extension because this is the most widely used and recognized domain extension on the entire internet. And again, if your domain is not available, just try different variations of the name until you find one that is available. For this example, billytheplumber.com is available. And so I'll select it and then click down here on next. You'll then complete the registration for your domain, which includes selecting your country, whether this domain name is for personal use or being used for a company/organization. And then lastly, you'll enter your contact details and then click on finish registration. Now, this next step right here is very important. The question is, where is your website's target audience? And underneath that, it says, we've selected a data center in United States, Massachusetts, the closest one we have to the United States, to ensure faster load times for your target audience. Basically, you can click on this drop down here or hover over the markers on the map and choose which data center you want your website to be hosted on. And ideally, you would want your website to be hosted on a data center closest to your intended audience. For example, let's say that my fictional plumbing company, Billy the Plumber, did business in Charlotte, North Carolina, which is right about in this area here. Well, the closest data center to North Carolina happens to be right here in Massachusetts. So I would want to select that data center so that my website loads faster for my intended audience, which are people living in the Charlotte, North Carolina area where my business serves. If your business was located somewhere on the West Coast, perhaps, then you would want to select a data center closest to the West Coast, which happens to be located in Arizona. But as you can see, there are several different data centers all around the world. So you should be able to find a data center closest to you. Now, if your business doesn't only serve one city or one area, but instead perhaps serves a global market, which of these data centers should you choose? Well, for that, this is where a CDN or a content distribution network comes into play. Basically, what the CDN does is it loads your website on all of the data centers instead of just one. In any case, once you've selected your data center, click on next And finally, WordPress will begin installing on your new website. And once it's finished, you'll land on this dashboard here where you can control all the different aspects of your website's hosting. But for now, we're just gonna focus on logging into your website and getting started with the design and content phase. And to log in to your website, you'll click on this button up here that says Admin Panel. Now, if you click on this button and you get this error message right here, I want you to head back to the dashboard and wait for this message up here to go away. Typically, your website should be ready to access within 1 to 3 minutes after installing WordPress. So after about 30 seconds, the message has disappeared, and if you click up here on the Admin Panel button again, you should be able to log into the back end of your WordPress website. And now we are officially finished with the first phase of building a WordPress website. In the second phase, the fun officially begins, because we're gonna start building your site and turning it from a complete blank canvas to a beautifully designed and professional WordPress website that fits your exact needs. Now, it's worth mentioning that you can also log into your website by typing into your browser yourwebsite.com/wp-admin. When you hit enter, it'll bring you to this login screen here. You can then log in using the credentials that you created earlier while setting up your website within Hostinger. And once you type in your credentials, just click on login, and now you are officially on the back end of your WordPress website. Before we do anything though, I first want to briefly go over the WordPress backend so that you can start easily navigating it by yourself. The backend of your WordPress website looks like this. The first page that you'll see every time you log into your website is this dashboard here. This screen gives you an overview of your website. However, this screen is actually not that important. You'll be spending most of your time navigating through this left sidebar here. And on this sidebar, you can see that we've got several different options: dashboard, post, media, pages, comments, appearance, plugins, users, tools, and settings. We also have this Lightspeed cache option, which is simply a pre-installed plugin. Now, originally, I did plan on going over each of these menu items and explaining to you what they are and when you would use them. However, throughout this tutorial, we'll end up using basically all of these options. So my plan is to explain to you what each menu option is as we move through the tutorial. Before we start building your website though, let's first set your site title and tagline. If you click up here on your site name, this will bring you to the front end of your website. And if you look all the way up here on the actual browser tab and then hover over that tab, you'll see that right now all it says is billytheplumber.com. And in my opinion, this looks unprofessional and just not good. And so to make this look better, we need to add a site title and tagline. To do this, head back to the back end of your website by clicking up here on your website name. Once on the back end, you're going to click on the option that says settings on this left sidebar. When you do that, a page will open showing you all of the different settings on your website. And these first two boxes up here at the top are really the only things you need to pay attention to. For the site title, we're going to change it so that instead of yoursite.com, it's simply your site. For example, right now it's billytheplumber.com. And so I would change the site title to say Billy the Plumber, being sure to capitalize my company name. And then the tagline is simply a short phrase describing your business. For my fictional business, Billy the Plumber, I'll put something like the best plumbers at the best rates. And then scroll to the very bottom of this page and click on Save Changes. Now, when we go to the front end of the website and hover over the browser tab, you can see that it has the business name as well as the tagline within the browser tab. This looks much better and more professional than what it was before. It's also worth mentioning that you aren't required to have a website tagline. So if you can't think of anything, you can just leave the tagline blank. Next, it's time to install a theme on your website. To do this, we'll head to the back end of the website by clicking up here on your site name and then hover over appearance on this left sidebar and then click on themes. By default, WordPress already has these themes pre-installed, but we don't want to use any of these themes. Instead, you'll click up here on this button that says add new themes and then search for a theme called Astra, ASTRA. You'll see it pop up right here, and if you hover over this box, you'll see a button that says install, and you'll click that button to start installing this theme. It'll take just a few seconds to install, and once it's finished, you should see a button that says activate. Simply click on that button to activate this theme on your website. Now, if you head back to the front end of your website by clicking up here on your site name, you'll notice that nothing has really changed. Your site is still an empty white page with this random hello world blog post. But this is exactly what we want, because we're actually going to use a special plugin that will let you import professional pre-built website templates. This will save you countless hours of work and potentially thousands of dollars because you don't have to hire a web designer. And there are templates for virtually every business. You're bound to find something that works for you. I'm also going to show you how you can take any design from any website on the internet and recreate it on your own website. So let's go ahead and install the pre-built template plugins. To do this, head to the back end of your website by clicking on your website name and then click over here on plugins. And once you do that, you'll click on this button at the top that says add new plugin. And there are a total of 2 plugins that you'll want to install. The first one is a plugin called Starter Templates. And so we'll type in Starter Templates into the search bar, click on install now, and then activate it. When you activate it, this screen right here will pop up asking you how would you like to build your website. But we'll come back to this later because we have to finish installing the other plugin first. And so we'll close out of this by clicking on the X up here at the top right hand corner. Then click on plugins again and click on the button that says add new plugin. And the final plugin that we'll install is one called Templately. So again, type in Templately into the search bar, then click on install now and click activate. Now, if you click on plugins again in the left sidebar, you should see the 2 new plugins that you just installed on your website. Starter Templates and Templately, both of which will give you access to hundreds of different pre-built templates that you can use to build your perfect website. And the reason I'm having you install both of these plugins is so that you have more options to choose from. If you don't see anything that you like in the Starter Templates plugin, you can always search through the Templately plugin. And between these 2 plugins, you should have more than enough options to choose from. And now we get into my favorite part of the tutorial, which is actually designing your website. And to do this, we're going to search through the different pre-built website templates in both the Starter Templates plugin and the Templately plugin. And we'll start first with the Starter Templates. So hover over here on Appearance and then click on Starter Templates. You'll land on this screen that gives you 2 different options to build your website: AI Website Builder or Classic Starter Templates. Now, you can certainly use the AI Website Builder if you want, but I found that the Classic Starter Templates are a lot easier to work with. So click on the button that says Build with Templates. And then up here in the far top right hand corner, I want you to click on this drop down here, and when you do that, you'll see 4 different options: Block Editor, Elementor, Beaver Builder, and AI Website Builder. The website builder that we're using is Elementor, and so you'll click on Elementor. And now you can begin searching through all of these different templates to find the one that you like. Now, there are a lot of different templates to choose from. I mean, you could sit here and scroll endlessly through these templates. So I would recommend that you scroll back up, and then along the top here, you've got these different filtering options. And these allow you to filter the templates by a certain business type. We can sort the websites by local business, personal care, professionals, and a few others. Let's say, for example, that you owned a plumbing company. You can hover over local business and see that there are pre-built website templates for basically all of the popular local business types, including plumbers. And if we select plumber, a list of pre-built website templates will appear for plumbing websites. And so let's go ahead and click on one of these templates. I'll select this one right here. here, local business. And when you do that, it'll give you a full preview of what the site looks like. You can even click through the individual pages to see what they look like. You'll also notice that on the left side of the screen, we've got these different design options. If you select the font pair dropdown, you can preview different font options that work well with this design. You can also change the color palette, which will update the colors across the entire template. Perhaps your company color is red. Well, I can click on Style 4 to change the color palette to red, or maybe to a different color. And of course, all of these options can be adjusted and customized later. So whatever you do here is not set in stone, it can always be changed. Also, just keep in mind, you can mix and match any of these templates that you like. For example, let's say that you like the top header area on this template here, but you prefer this section here from another template. Well, if you wanted to, you could import both templates and then combine those parts that you like into one. And I'll show you how to do this a little bit later. Now, maybe you don't see anything that you like in the starter templates plugin. Well, if you click on the X up here on the far right hand corner of the screen, it'll take you back to the WordPress dashboard. From here, click on Templately on the left sidebar. In addition to the starter templates, you can also choose from these templates. Now, you will notice that some of these templates do cost money, but I think that there are more than enough good free templates that you can choose from. At the top right hand corner, if you click on the option that says starter, it'll filter the templates to only show you the free ones. You can then further filter the templates by using the filtering options over here on this left sidebar. And keep in mind, okay, for both of these plugins, if you don't see any templates that you like or that will fit your business type, it's okay to go with a template that's designed for a different business. For example, if I own a plumbing business, but I don't see any plumbing website templates that appeal to me, but perhaps I do like this agriculture template here, well, I can choose this template and then simply make adjustments to it to turn it into a plumbing website. Because the structure of the website is already here. The only thing you would have to do is just change the colors to match your brand and change the imagery. And even after that, you can just use Elementor to continue customizing and making changes to the templates. But I'm getting ahead of myself because we'll talk about how you can edit your website in just a little bit. I'm also going to show you how to easily mix and match templates to fit your exact needs and how you can take designs from other websites on the internet to use for your website. But for now, let's go ahead and just choose a template to start with. And I'm actually going to head back into the starter templates plugin, click on the local business filter and select plumber. And I'll go ahead and start with this template right here, local business. So I'll click on it and I'll leave the font and color options set as default. And I'm also going to show you how to upload your site logo a little bit later. But for now, click on this button that says continue. This box will then appear asking you to select different features for your website. For now, I'll just skip this step, but you can always come back to this later if you want to add any features that you see here. And the final step is just to confirm that you want to add all of these options, and because this is the first template that we are adding, we can leave all of these boxes checked. And finally, click on submit and build my website. Once it's finished, you can click right here on view your website, at which point it'll take you to the front end of your new site. And this is incredible because you can see that it's built you an entire website from top to bottom in almost no time at all. And you'll be able to easily make changes to this website wherever you want. So you can see here that we've got the home page. If we click up here on the about page in the top navigation, it'll bring us to the about page. We also have the services page, which looks really good. A little bit later though, I'm going to show you how to make each of these individual services go to another page dedicated to that specific service. For example, we would have another page for drain cleaning and repairs, a page for gas line services, another page for commercial plumbing, and so forth. And finally, there is the contact page. Now, Now, a few other pages that you might want on your website include a blog post page, perhaps a testimonials / like reviews page, and I'll show you how to build all of these pages once we get to the building other pages part of this tutorial. But next, let me show you how to change your website style. We technically already did this in the previous step when we imported this template, but it's important that you know how to do this just in case you want to change it again in the future. So in this top bar up here, you'll click on the option that says customize, and after it loads, you'll click right here on global. All of these settings adjust different parts of the website. For example, you can go to typography, which is just another name for fonts, and if you scroll down, you can change the fonts for different text on the website. The body here changes all of the body text on the website, and so this text here and here, basically all of the text that's small. The headings font changes all of the heading text on the website. And the heading text is the large text on the site, such as this right here and right here. Let's say that you wanted to update the heading text on the website. To do this, you would click on the pencil icon next to the headings font, and then click on the drop-down under font family. The current heading font is set to Poppins, but there are hundreds of different fonts that you can choose from. If you change the heading font, you can see that it updates across the entire website. And the same thing is true with the body font. The body font will also update the text on the navigation bar here at the top, as well as the text in the footer at the very bottom of your website. You can also choose from any of these presets if you'd like. And if you click on this little small circle arrow icon, it'll reset your font settings back to default. Now, it's also worth noting that any of the fonts across the entire website can be changed on an individual level. For example, if you wanted this main header text up here to be a different font from the other header text in the section directly below it, you can change this while editing your website within Elementor. And I'll show you how to do this next. But heading back out into the global settings again, some other things that you can change are the site colors. For example, if you didn't like this default blue color, you can click on the blue dot on this palette and adjust the color to anything that you want. And just like with the text, all of the different colors across the website can also be changed on an individual level within Elementor. You can even change the global button styles across the website as well. For example, if you wanted all of the buttons to have rounded edges, you can either click on one of these rounded button presets, or you could adjust the border radius to around 50. The border radius controls how rounded or how sharp the corners of a button are. If you wanted the buttons to be super sharp with no rounded edges at all, you would drop the border radius down to 0. And the higher the border radius, the more rounded the buttons become. Once you're happy with all of the global settings though, you can click up here on Publish to save the changes to your website. Or you can click up here on this X button if you don't want to make any changes to your website. For me, I'll click on the X, which will then exit out of that screen and bring me back to the front end of the website. And now it's finally time to do the thing that you've probably been waiting for, which is editing the pages on your website to make them exactly how you want. And we'll start first with the home page. And if you're not already on the home page of your website, you can either click on the home link on your navigation up here, or if you don't have a home option, you can also click on the logo to the left. And this should take you back to the home page. To edit the home page, all you have to do is click up here where it says Edit with Elementor. And after a second, Elementor will load and it looks like this. To the left over here, you've got the Elementor sidebar, which we'll be using a lot. And on the right side is a preview of your website. So it's actually very simple. To edit your website, all you have to do is click on anything that you can see. For example, if I wanted to change this header text, all I have to do is click on it. The settings for this header text would then appear in this left sidebar. And I can change this text to anything that I wanted by typing in this box over here to the left. You can also change it directly on the page itself by clicking directly on the text on the page and changing it. However, I find that this method can sometimes be a little unreliable, and so I would recommend that you always just make your changes in this left sidebar. It's worth mentioning that the options that appear on this left sidebar will change depending on what you're editing. For example, right now we are editing a header text. You know that because obviously you can see the text here in this box, but also at the top up here it says edit heading. But if we click on a button, for example, the settings in this sidebar will change. We've got different options that are only relevant to buttons. If we click on this image, same thing, the settings will change. Also, within the settings there are 3 different tabs: content, style, and advanced. And these 3 tabs will show up on every single element on your website: text, buttons, images, everything. And these tabs are actually very straightforward. The contents tab will always be where you edit the content of whatever it is that you're selecting. So if you select a button, you can change the button's text or the button link under the content tab. The style tab is where you change the style. Things like the colors, the fonts, the spacing, basically anything that's visual about the element. And then the advanced tab is where all of the advanced options are for that element. And so let's go ahead and start editing some text. If we click on this header here, like I've already showed you, we can change the text by typing into this box right here. But we can also click on the style tab to change things like the color of this text. And so perhaps I want the text to be like purple or red or whatever color that you want. We can also change the font of this text by clicking on the drop down and changing it to whatever font that we want. And we can even do things like add a text stroke or a text shadow. And if you make a change on your website that you don't like, you can either press Command Z on a Mac or Control Z on a PC. Doing this will undo the last action that you took. You can also click down here on this little circle arrow clock icon and undo the actions this way. And we can also do the same thing for the buttons. Let's click on this button here and change the button text. And I'll change it to say read our story. Now at the moment, this button doesn't lead to anywhere when you click on it. And so we have to add a link to it. And we can do this either by pasting any link into this box here, or you can actually start typing a page on your website, such as about. And when you do this, you'll see that the about page pops up right here. And if we click on it, it'll automatically add the link to the about page within this box. You can also add an icon to the button if you wanted. Clicking on this right arrow will open up the icon library where there are hundreds, if not thousands, of different icons that you can choose from. I'll go with one of these right arrows and then click on insert to add that icon to my button. You can then change how far or close the icon is to the text within the button by adjusting the icon spacing here. If you wanted to change the style of this specific button right here so that it was different from all of the other buttons on the website, you would simply click on the style tab and then start making any adjustments that you wanted. Of course, we can change the font on this button by clicking on the pencil icon next to typography. You'll also notice that there are 2 tabs right here that say normal and hover. These will adjust the colors of the button depending on the state of it. For example, normal is when you're not hovering over the button, and hover is when you are hovering over the button. Right now, the normal color of the button is blue, but if we hover over it, you can see that the button turns black. And so if you wanted to change this, you would just make sure that the normal option is selected, and then click on this box right here with the red line going across it, and then select your new color. To change the hover color, click on hover, and then click on the box again with the red line going across it, and change the color to anything that you want. You can also do things like have a border only button. If we click back to the normal tab under the button settings and then click on the background color option, you would first drop this black bar here all the way to the far left. This will change the opacity of the button, and so by pulling it all the way to the left, you're making the button completely transparent so that we don't see any color. Then for the border type, click on the drop down that says default and change it to solid. solid. Next, change the border width to maybe 1 or 2. If you wanted the border to be thicker, simply increase this number. And the higher you go, the thicker the border will be. I'll leave my border at 2. Then you can change the color of the border by clicking on the box next to the border color. We should also make the button text visible by clicking on the color of that as well. To do that, click on the box next to the text color and change the color to whatever you want. I would recommend making the text color the same color as the border color, but you can obviously do whatever you want here. Finally, you can do things like change the border radius, add a drop shadow to the button, and make adjustments to the padding inside of the button. The padding will change the spacing between the button and the text. Now, one very important thing worth noting is that you'll notice many of these settings have this link icon next to them. When this icon is turned on, any changes that you make to the numbers will be adjusted evenly across all numbers. For example, if we change the top padding to 50, you can see that it automatically makes the right, bottom, and left sides also 50. But you may not always want this to happen. Perhaps you want the left and right sides of the button to be 50, but the tops and bottoms to only be 20. So to do this, you would simply click on this link icon to unlink the numbers. Now you can make adjustments to each number individually without it changing for all of them. And you can see that all of those changes that we just made to this button are only affecting this button. And that's because any changes that you make within Elementor to an individual element will only affect that one element. All of the other buttons are still following the global settings that we set earlier. And if you wanted to change this button back to its original style, you can right click on the button and press Reset Style. This will change the button style to match the global settings again. And this is true with any of these elements. But let's talk about how to edit images now. Basically, there are two different types of images on your site. You've got background images, which are things like these, images that are basically embedded into the background of a section. And then you've got regular images like these, which are not embedded into any section, but instead they sit on top of sections similar to text and buttons and everything else. Now, to make changes to the regular images, such as these ones, all you have to do is click on the image. Then the image settings will appear on the left sidebar. And to swap this image out for a different image, all you have to do is click on the image within this box. And you can either upload a new image by dropping it into this empty space here, or perhaps you already uploaded images into your media library earlier, in which case you would select the media library icon. If you set up your web host with Hostinger like how we did earlier, then you should also see this option here that says free images. And if you click on that, we can search for any images that we want. Let's say that we wanted some images of a plumber. Well, I can type in plumber or maybe like plumbing, and when I do that, a lot of different plumbing related images will appear. If you can't find anything here, another free website that I like to use is one called unsplash.com. 95% of the images on this website are 100% free to use. So if I type in plumbing again, you can see that we've got a ton of great, super high quality images to choose from. And if you find an image that you like, what I don't want you to do is simply download the image as is, because the default file that downloads from Unsplash will be massive, and massive image files will drastically slow down your website. Instead, what you want to do is download a smaller image to reduce the amount of time it takes to load that image when somebody visits your website. So instead of downloading the image by hovering over it and clicking on this down arrow, instead click on the image, and then over here on this button that says download free, I want you to instead click on this down arrow, which will then give you the option to download the image in other sizes: small, medium, large, and original size. Now, from my experience, in most situations, the medium size is the best size. So click on medium to download that image. We can then head back into the website and then drag that image from your computer into the screen here to upload it onto your website. Then press the select button and that image is now updated. You can also change the size of the images by adjusting the width and height of it here and then clicking on on apply. Also, clicking on the style tab under the image will bring up different styling options for the image. So that's how you would change the regular images. But what about the background images that are embedded into different sections? Well, to update those, you would simply hover over the section and then click on this gray box right here in the corner. Then you would click on the style tab, and right here under background, you'll see that the image is there. And to change it, you would also click on the image and then update it as necessary. Now, for the background images, you'll also notice that you've got these 4 additional options: position, attachment, repeat, and size. The position basically controls like where the image's focal point is set to on the background. And so if you selected top center, for example, the focal point would be at the top center. Typically, I just leave this as center. The attachment, you can leave that as default. The repeat, I'll typically have as no repeat. And what this option will do is it basically just repeats the image over and over again if the image doesn't fill the entire box. And so instead of having like a blank space to the left and right, the image would just repeat. And then lastly is the size. I usually always have this option set to cover so that it covers the entire width of the section. And that's basically how you would update the background images. Now, the text, images, and buttons are basically the 3 most commonly used elements on a website. However, there are a ton of different elements that you can add to your site. Over here in this left sidebar, if you click on this small 9-dot icon to the right of the word Elementor, it'll show you all of the other elements that you can add to your website. These can also be called widgets. With the free version of Elementor, which honestly should be more than good enough for most people, you can add these different widgets here: heading, images, text, which again is this small body text right here. You can also add videos to your website, buttons, dividers, which are little decorative lines that you can add in between other widgets. I'll go ahead and add one here so you can see what they look like. And then if I click on the style drop down, we can choose from a ton of different styles. So you can really get creative with your website. For now though, I'll delete this divider, and you can do that by right clicking on the divider and then pressing delete. And you can delete any element on your page the same way. Heading back into the widgets though, the other free options are Spacer, which adds spacing between widgets, a Google Maps widget, icons, and WP Forms, which allows you to add contact forms, surveys, and newsletters to your website. Below that are all of the pro widgets. Now, I'm going to leave a link down below to the pro version of Elementor if that's something that you think you'll end up wanting. But for now, I'm just going to close these widgets by pressing the arrow next to the word pro. And some other free widgets are all of these. Now, I'm not going to go over each one of these individually, but you can see that there are a lot of different widgets to choose from. And you can see some examples of these widgets being used if we scroll further down the homepage and take a look at this testimonial section. In this section, we've got these stars here above the reviews and then the actual reviews themselves. If we click on the stars, you can see that we've got the ability to change the rating from 0 to 10 stars. And below the stars are the testimonial widgets. And if we click on one, you'll see all the different settings for testimonials. And again, all of the settings for all of the widgets will be different based on the widget. And so these are just 2 examples of the different widgets that are available to use within Elementor. But you can see in this left sidebar, there are a ton of different options to choose from, even with just the free version of the plugin. And the pro version will give you even more widget options. Now, as far as the homepage is concerned, I think that this is great. So let's move on now to the about page. And for the about page, I'm actually not a big fan of this page's design. And so I'm actually going to redesign this page from scratch using another website for inspiration. And my go-to website for inspiration is a site called dribble.com with 3 B's. From this website, I'll click up here on inspiration at the top, and then I'm gonna search for about page. All of these different about page designs will show up in the search results, and I can scroll through all of these designs until I find something that I like. And I really like this design right here. And if we scroll down, we should be able to see the full version of the page. So at the top up here, we've got a background image with some text at the bottom of the section. Next is this super clean like gray box on a white background with some text inside of it. And then to help contrast with the white in the previous section, the next section is black with some larger text inside of it. And finally, after that, we've got another section with a background image and a button that allows people to apply for a job at the company. So I like this design a lot. It's clean, it's simple, and this is something that we can easily recreate within Elementor. I'll head back to the website, and then at the top of the About page, click on Edit with Elementor. And we're just gonna delete everything on this page. And you can either do this by clicking X on all of these individual sections and deleting them one by one, or you can scroll to the very bottom of this page, and within this framed empty section right here, right click and then select delete all content. This box will pop up right here, just confirming that you want to do this, and you'll just press delete. And now the page is completely blank and we can start building from scratch. Now if we take a look at the inspiration, again, the first section that we'll add is this top section up here with the background image. To do this, from Elementor, you'll simply click on this plus icon and then choose Flexbox. The Flexbox option gives you a ton of different unique structures to choose from. But for this section, we're actually just going to choose this first one here with the down arrow. So now we've got this empty section here, which is indicated by the pink box around it. And then in this left sidebar, we've got all of the different options for the section. And the first thing we'll do is add the background image. So from this left sidebar, click up here on the style tab, and then next to background type there are 4 different background options: classic, gradient, video, and slideshow. And for a background image, we'll just click on the classic option, which will open up these new options, and then click on the plus icon to add the image. And to find an image to use as the background here, I'm actually going to head back over to the free image website that we used earlier, unsplash.com, and then search for plumbing. Once I find an image that I like, I'll click on that image, and then over here next to the download button, click on the arrow to drop down the other download options, and we're just going to download the medium size. Then head back into the website and upload that image by dragging it from your computer into this area right here. You can also click on upload files and then click on the button that says select files, and from here navigate to where the image is on your computer and upload it this way. Once the image is uploaded though, you'll click on the select button down here at the bottom and the image will be added to the background. Now obviously this still doesn't look good, right? And so we have to make some adjustments to the image so that it looks similar to the inspiration. In the inspiration, the image is pretty large height-wise and the text is sitting toward the bottom of the section. Also, I just now noticed that there's also a very minor gradient going from top to bottom. You may notice that the bottom section of this image is darker than the top, and we can definitely achieve this within Elementor. So back on the site now, and to make this section taller, what you're going to do is click on the layout tab at the top up here, and then for the min height option right here, I want you to increase the height of the section until you're happy with it, and I'll increase the section to maybe around 800 pixels. Next, click back into the style tab, and we're actually going to make some adjustments to these image options down here. Right now, the background image looks okay. To fix this, click on the drop down for the display size option and change it from default to cover. Doing this will make the background image cover the entire section. Next, let's add the gradient to the image like how they're doing in the inspiration. And the reason we're adding the gradient is to make it easier to read this white text. To add the gradient, you're going to open up this option that says background overlay underneath the background settings. And then next to background type, there are 2 different options: classic, and gradient. And you've probably already guessed, we're gonna click on the gradient option. When you click that, a few additional options will then open up. There's the color, as well as the location for the color, a second color, and then a second location for the second color, and then some other options such as gradient type, which you can choose between linear or radial, the angle of the gradient, the opacity of the gradient. So there's a ton of different gradient options that you can modify. Now, under the first color option, we're gonna click on the color box and then simply drag this opacity all the way down to 0. And the reason we're doing this is because we don't actually want the top section of this image to have an overlay. Again, if we take a look at the inspiration, you can see that only the bottom section of the image has the overlay. The top part of the image does not have an overlay. And so heading back to the site, we'll do the same thing. And so for the first color, we're just gonna turn the opacity down to 0. For the second color though, we'll click on this red box and change the color to black. And so far, this is looking pretty good. And you can make some adjustments to the gradient if you want by doing things like changing the location of the colors. So if we were to pull down the location for the second color, you can kind of start to see what it's affecting. It's basically just changing the location for where the gradient starts. And so if I just kept pulling this location all the way down to 0, the background color fills the entire section. If I then pulled the other location option down, you can see that it pulls the color down. But instead of it being like a soft gradient, it's a hard line. And while this does look cool and it opens you up to a bunch of different like creative things that you can do, for this example specifically, we want the gradient to be soft. And so I'll pull this first location back down to 0, and then the second location will pull back to 100, or maybe like around 80% or so. And I think that this is looking really good. You can also do things like change the angle of the gradient or the opacity of the gradient. And I'm actually gonna bump up the opacity to around 75%. And this is looking great. Next, let's add our text, and to add text, click on this plus icon inside of the section, which will then open up the widgets on the left here. And the widget that we'll use is this one right here, the heading widget. And you can either add this widget by clicking on it, and when you click on it, you can see that it adds the heading into the section. Or you can also just click and hold on the heading widget and then drag and drop it into the section. I actually prefer the second option more. Next, I'll click on the text to open up the text settings. And then right here in this left box, I'll type in about Billy the Plumber. Now, at the moment, this header text looks terrible. It looks really bad. And so we have to stylize it. So I'll click on the style tab, and the first thing I'll do is change the text color to white. To do that, click on this box next to the text color, and then just make it white. Next, we need to make this text a little bit bigger. And because this is the main header text on the page, I'm actually going to click back into the content tab, and then right here where it says HTML tag, I'm gonna change this from H2 to H1. Without getting too technical on you, for SEO reasons, you always wanna make sure to have one H1 header text on your page. And usually the main header text on that page is the H1 header. But you'll notice that when we change this text to H1, the text size gets bigger. Next, let's add some body text below this header text. To do that, open up the widgets by clicking on this 9 dot icon at the top, and then click and hold on the text editor widget, and then drag and drop it underneath the header text. Now you'll notice that right now there's this random filler text, and I'm actually going to use Google Gemini, which is 100% free, to quickly come up with some text to place here. So within my browser, I'll type in Gemini, GEMINI.google.com, and then simply ask the AI to come up with a short about page description for my plumbing company called Billy the Plumber. And almost instantly, the AI will generate something. If you don't like what it generated, you can either click right here on this little icon to modify the response, or you can ask the AI to come up with something slightly different. But for my fictional company, what the AI came up with here is perfect. So I'll copy the text by clicking on these three dots right here to the right of the Google icon and then selecting copy. Then head back into my website and paste this text into the text box. Next, we have to style this text. So click into the style tab, and the first thing I'll do is just change the text color to white. And for now, in terms of the style, that's about it. If you wanted to, you could do things like increase the font size of this text by clicking on the pencil icon next to typography and then adjusting the size here. For me though, I would rather have all of the fonts stay consistent with the global settings. For that reason, I'm not going to change the font size. But if we take a look at the inspiration again, you can see that they have all of the text at the bottom of this section. And so let's do the same thing for our website. Back on the site now, and the first thing we have to do is open up the container settings. To do that, right click anywhere within this container and you'll see an option that says edit container. Click on that option to open up the container settings. I'll then click on the layout tab next to the style tab, and right here under justify content, we're going to change this to the third option, which is end. When we do that, you can see that it shifts all of the content to the bottom of the container, but something still isn't quite right, because if we look again at the inspiration, first of all, the text has about 20 to 30 pixels worth of space underneath it. And secondly, the text is not as wide across the bottom of the container. And so let's do this on our site as well. First, we'll make the container width a little bit smaller so that the body text doesn't stretch out so far across the bottom. To do this, we're just gonna adjust the width option right here. By default, it's set to 1200 pixels. So I'll grab the slider and start pulling it down. When we do that, you can see that the text starts being pulled inward. And I think that I'll just keep going until I reach around 650 pixels. And this looks good. Next, I actually want to center the text like how it is in the inspiration. And to do this, I'll first click on the header text to open up the header text settings, then click on the style tab, and right here on alignment, I'm just gonna change it to center. And we can do the same thing with the body text. Click on the body text, which opens up the settings, click on style, and under alignment, click on center. And this is already looking much better. The last thing we have to do though is add a little bit more space between the body text here and the end of the container. And we can actually do this a few different ways. The easiest way to do this, in my opinion, is with the spacer widget. So click into the widgets by clicking on this 9 dot icon, and then the spacer widget can be found in the basic widget section right here at the top. So click and hold the spacer widget and then pull it underneath the body text. By default, the spacer widget adds 50 pixels of space. However, this is actually a little bit too much space. So I'll decrease it by dragging this slider here to the left, and I'll decrease it down to around 30 or 35 pixels. And just like that, we've got this new header section, which in my opinion looks great. Back to the inspiration now, the next section that we'll add is this light gray box here. And this will be super easy to do within Elementor. The first thing I'll do is add a new section by clicking on the plus icon, choosing Flexbox, and again, choosing the first option. Next, I want to make the background of this container white. To do this, with the container settings open, click on Style, and the background type that we'll select is Classic. Then simply click on this box here and change it to white. Then I'll click on this plus icon within the container, and we're actually going to do something that might seem a little bit confusing. We're going to add another container within this container. I know, it's almost like you're watching Inception, but just trust me on this, okay? Drag and drop the container widget into this container. Then with that container settings opened, you'll go to Style again, and this time change the background to a lighter gray color. Or you can actually grab the exact color from any website with a free Chrome extension called Colorzilla. I can click on Colorzilla within my browser, and it allows me to pick any color directly directly off any web page. So I can hover over this gray box here within our inspiration and then click to grab the exact color, and it'll automatically copy the color hex code. We can then head back into our website and paste that code into this box. And so we've got the gray box. The next thing we have to add is the text, which goes inside the gray box. Now here's a little trick that you can use that will save you a ton of time. Instead of going into the sidebar over here, clicking on widgets and dropping in a new text widget, we can actually just copy and paste widgets that are already on the page. For example, we need a header text. So I'll right click on this header text up here and then click on copy, then right click inside of this column down here and click paste. This will create an exact clone of that widget. And this feature works for everything within Elementor, and it'll save you a ton of time over the long run. But right now, we obviously can't see the text, and so we have to update the style. The first thing I'll do though is change the HTML tag from H1 to H2. Because remember, there should only ever be one H1 tag per page. All of the other header tags should be H2, 3, 4, 5, or H6. For this header, we'll change it to H2, which will also decrease the size of it. Next, click on Style and change the text color to black. Something else you can do is change the text color back to the global default. Doing this will help you to have consistency across your website. And to change the color back to the global default, you'll click on this color box right here and then press this circle arrow icon. Doing that will reset the color back to the default. And while we're in here, I'm also going to change the text to say our vision. Next, we need to add some body text below this header text. So I'll do the same thing. Copy this existing body text by right clicking on it and selecting copy. And if you want the body text to appear underneath this header text, you would actually right click on the header text and select paste. Doing this will automatically insert the pasted widget underneath what you selected, but we can't see the text. And so, just like with the header text, I'll click on Style, click on the color box, and select the arrow to reset the color back to the global default. We also need to come up with some text. So I'll head back into Gemini again and ask the AI to give me a paragraph of text for the Our Vision section on my plumbing website. And within seconds, the AI comes up with this. So I'll copy it, head back into my website, delete the existing text, and then paste in the new text. But we're still not finished, because if we take a look at the inspiration website, you can see that there's a lot more white space around the gray box. But also, even within the gray box, there's a lot more space around the text. And so let's do the same thing. And the first thing I'll do is add more white space around the gray box. To do this, I'll right click anywhere on this white part of the container and then click on Edit Container. Now, as a quick tip, if you're ever having trouble clicking on the right element on a page, you can open up this navigator tool by clicking on this layered squares icon down here next to the update button. And this will open up a box that shows you the hierarchy of your page. And you can click on any of these items within this box and it'll automatically select that element for you. This tool can come in handy in situations like this where we have containers within containers and things can sometimes start getting a bit confusing. But anyways, we've selected the first container, and to add more space, I'm actually going to head into the Advanced tab, because for this situation, I would like to use padding to increase the space, and specifically padding for the top and bottom. Now, if you recall from earlier in this tutorial, the first thing we should do before adding the top and bottom padding is click on this link icon to unlink the numbers. Now, when we do that, you'll notice that it automatically drops all of the numbers down to 0. And the reason that I want to point this out to you is because by default, within Elementor, every container has about 10 pixels of padding. The reason is because when you start reducing the size of your screen, you still want there to be a little bit of space between the edge of the screen and whatever is inside of the container. And so we have to make sure to give 10 pixels of padding to both the left and the right side. So I'll click into the right box and type type in 10, and then click into the left box and also type 10. Then inside of the top and bottom boxes, I want to add about 120 pixels each. Next, we have to add space around the text inside of the gray box. To do this, hover over the box and then click on this gray icon to the top left. This will open up the settings for the second container. And again, like with the first container, we want to add more padding. So I'll click on Advanced, and this time I'm actually going to leave the numbers linked. The reason is because if you look at the inspiration, you can see that there's even spacing going all around the text on the inside of the box. So with the second container selected, I'll type in 80 pixels of padding into any of these 4 boxes. And when I do that, it'll automatically give 80 pixels to all 4 sides. And I think that this looks great. The next thing we should do though is add some border radius. And to do this, you'll click on the Style tab and then click on Border. And because we want all 4 corners of the box to be equal, I'm going to leave the numbers linked. I'll type in about 30 and this will round off all 4 corners of the box. The final thing that I want to do is make this box a little bit less wide. To do this, right click anywhere within this white space of the first container and click on Edit Container. I'll then change the width of this first container to around 1000, which will decrease the width of this second container. And I think that this looks amazing. But let's go ahead and take a look at our inspiration again. Next, we'll add this black section here, and this will be really easy. On your website, click on the plus icon to add a new section, choose Flexbox, and click the first option. And with the new container selected, I'll go to Style, and then for the background type, I'll choose Classic, and then change the color to black or just like a really dark gray. Next, we need some text, and I'll actually just copy the white header text up here again by right-clicking it and pressing copy. Then we'll paste that header text into this black section, and again, change the HTML tag from H1 to H2, or you could also do H3, H4, H5, or H6. And I've already gotten some more text from Google Gemini earlier, and so I'll just paste that text into this box here. And the final thing we have to do is add top and bottom padding like how we did with the previous section. So open up the container settings either by clicking on these 6 dots in the center here, or by right-clicking anywhere in this black section and clicking on Edit Container. Then click on Advanced, unlink the padding numbers, make sure to add 10 pixels of padding to both the left and right, and for the top and bottom, I'll add 120 pixels of padding so that it matches the padding that we used in the previous section. As a really quick pro tip, you want to keep these things consistent across your website. Nothing screams unprofessional more than inconsistent colors or spacing or text on your site. And so we want to keep the padding consistent across all of these different sections. But after that, I think that this section looks good and we can move on. And the final section that we'll add for the About page is this one here on the inspiration example. The section is very tall, it's got a background image, and on the left side of the section is some heading text, a subheading text, and a button. So let's head back into the website again, click on the plus icon, choose Flexbox, but this time, instead of going with the first option, we're actually going to click on this third option with the 2 separate columns. And the first thing we'll do is add a background image. So with the container settings already open, I'm gonna click up here on Style, and then for the background type, choose Classic. Then click on the plus icon to add an image, and I'm actually gonna go back to unsplash.com again and then type in plumbing to find some more high quality images of plumbing stuff. Once I find an image that I like, I'll click on the image and then click on the arrow next to download free, and I'm going to download the medium size. Once it's downloaded, upload the image into your website, and then to add it as the background, you'll click select. And so the image is there, but before we do anything else, let's go ahead and adjust the image settings. I'll leave everything as default except for the display size, which I'm going to change to cover. Now, from the inspiration example, we can already tell that there's quite a bit of padding at the top and bottom of this section. I would say probably more than double the padding of the previous 2 sections. So before we start adding anything like the text and the buttons, let's go ahead and make the container the correct height. And there's actually actually two different ways that we can do this. You can either go back into the layout tab and then increase the height option, which if we do that, you can see it'll increase the height of the section, or you can leave this at 0, head into the advanced tab, and just like we did with the two previous sections, add top and bottom padding. Honestly, there's no wrong way to do it. Both of these options will achieve the same results. However, for me, because I know that the text and the buttons within this section will stay centered, I'll just go the route of adding top and bottom padding. And so within the advanced tab, I'm gonna unlink the padding numbers, add 10 pixels to the left and right, and if I had to guess, based on the inspiration, I would say there's about 240 pixels worth of padding at the top and bottom. So I'll type 240 for the top, and 240 for the bottom, and next it's time to add the text. And to add the text, I'm just gonna copy the text from this section right here and then paste it into this left column. Now, right now, the text is set to center, but we want the text to be aligned to the left. To do this, make sure that the text is first selected and then click on style, and then next to alignment, click on left. I'll then head back into the content tab and then change the text to say, join our company if you love plumbing as much as we do. Then we need to add a small heading text or a subheading text directly above this one. To do this, I'm actually just going to duplicate this heading right here by right-clicking it and pressing duplicate. Then I'll change the HTML tag from H2 to H6, and doing this will decrease the size of the text. Now, I just want to clarify with you one more time why I'm changing the font size this way instead of just manually changing the size by going to Style, Topography, and then changing the size here. The reason that I prefer to change the size of the text using the HTML tags, which are H1 through H6, is because it keeps the sizes of all the text on your website consistent. I know for a fact that if I have this text here set as an H2 header, and this one set as an H2 header, and this one also set as an H2 header, I know that all of them will be the same exact size. Again, I can't reiterate this enough. For the sake of having a professional website, you need to keep the colors, the font sizes, the spacing, everything should be consistent. Also, if I ever needed to change the sizes of all these headings, all I would have to do is go to the global settings by clicking up here on customize, then clicking on global, then topography, and if I scroll down a little, you'll see this option here that says H2. And if I adjusted the size of this global H2 text, this would automatically adjust all of the H2 headers across the entire website. But if I was to manually adjust all of the headers across the website by clicking on the text and then going into style and then topography and changing it this way, if I ever needed to update all of the heading sizes across the website, I would have to go through each one individually and manually update them instead of just updating them within the global settings. And so I know that was a ton of information, but this is very important. Okay, and so we've got our subheader text, and I'll change this to say join Billy the Plumber. Next, we need to add a button underneath this header text. To do that, we can either copy a button from a different page on the website and then paste it here, or we can just go to our widgets and pull in a button this way. And for me, I'll just go with the second option. I'll then change the button text to say join us, and for now, I'll have the link of this button go to the contact page by typing in contact and choosing the contact page, and when you do this, it'll automatically add the link to the contact page in this field. And so we're almost done with this page, but there's one more thing that I noticed, and it's that within the inspiration example, there's definitely a background overlay on top of this image, and this makes it much easier to read the white text. So let's head back into the website and open up the container settings, either by clicking on the 6-dot icon or right-clicking anywhere in the empty space within this container and selecting edit container. And then I'll click on the style tab and then scroll down to background overlay and open that up. For the background type, I'll select classic and add a black overlay on top of this image. And I think that this looks amazing the way it is. If I wanted to, I could adjust the opacity here of the background overlay by pulling this slider to the left or right, but I'll just leave it at 50%. Now, before this page is completely finished, we first want to make sure that it's mobile friendly. As in, if somebody were to look at this page on their smaller phone screen, will it still look good? And you can check that by clicking on this laptop and phone icon down here at the bottom next to the eyeball icon. And when you click on that icon, this black bar will appear at the top of the screen. From here, you can choose between desktop, tablet, and phone views. So if I clicked on the phone icon, it'll make the screen size smaller as if I were viewing it on a phone. And then I could start making changes to things on the page, and any change that I make while in this phone view would only be affected on the mobile site. And so I can do things like change the font sizes, change spacing, and do a bunch of other things, and it would only make those changes to this smaller screen size. But we'll talk more about how to make your site mobile friendly a little bit later. For now though, let's click on this button that says update at the bottom of the page to save our changes. Then click on the eyeball icon down here to go back to the front end of the website. And now our new custom about page is complete. Next, let's move to the services page. And we can get to that page by selecting services up here in the top navigation. Now, I actually don't mind this page at all. In fact, I like the design, but if you recall from earlier, I want to make each of these services go to their own dedicated pages. And here's exactly how we're going to do that. First, I'll click up here on Edit with Elementor to start editing the services page. Once Elementor is open, we're going to open up the widgets over here to the left, and then simply add a button underneath the text on the drain cleaning and repairs service box. And I'm going to click on the button to open up the button settings, and then change the button to say learn more. And for now, the link will remain empty. Next, I'm going to copy this button by right-clicking on it and pressing copy. And then I'll paste the button under each of the services just like this. And at the very bottom down here, there's a button that says book a consultation, and we're actually just going to delete this button by right-clicking it and then pressing delete. Now, you may notice that none of these buttons are actually aligned at the bottom. I personally don't mind the way this looks, but there is a way to fix this if you don't like it. If you click on the actual column icon, which is this gray box icon right here, and then click on the space between option under justify content, it'll automatically add space between all of the elements within this column so that they're even from top to bottom. So now we would just do the same thing for the rest of the columns, but instead of having to do each one individually, we can actually apply the column settings from this one to all of the other ones to save ourselves some time. You can do this by right-clicking on the gray column icon here and then pressing copy. Then go to another column, right-click on the gray column icon, and then select paste style. Doing this will apply the style settings from the previous column into this column. And we can go through all of the columns and paste the style to make them all consistent. It's good to know how to do small tricks like this because they'll save you a lot of time over the long run. So now all of the buttons are lined up at the bottom instead of being uneven. And this is great, but these buttons still don't lead to any pages. And so what we have to do is create the dedicated pages for each one of these individual services. And while this might sound a bit scary, it's actually very easy. And so to add a new page, the first thing you'll do is go to the back end of your website. And you can get to the back end by clicking on these three lines up here at the top left-hand corner and then clicking on exit. It'll then redirect you back to your website dashboard, and from the dashboard, you'll click over here on pages and then click the button that says add new page. This blank screen will appear, and the first thing we should do is add a title for the page. To do that, click up here in this top box that says add title, and if we click back into the services page, the first service is drain cleaning and repairs. So I'll copy that, head back into the new page, and then paste the title into the title box. Something else that I want to do really quickly as just a side note is click on these three tiny dots over here to the far right hand corner of the screen, and right now full screen mode is activated. And I personally don't like this, and so I'm going to turn it off by clicking on it and now we can see the WordPress sidebar, which is what I prefer. But anyways, next I'll click down here on the page attributes to the right and then click on parent. When you do this, a list of pages on the website will pop up. And because this new page is going to be a subpage of the services page, we'll click on services. Then click on the button at the top up here that says publish. And if we click on pages over here to the left, it'll take us to the overview of all the pages on our website. And you can see that the new drain cleaning and repairs page has been added, but as a subpage to the services page. So let's click back into the page again, and now it's time to design this page. But instead of designing it from scratch, we're just going to use a pre-built template. So click on edit with Elementor, and then once the page loads, you'll click on this starter templates icon right here. This page will then open up, and the first thing I'll do is filter the templates so that only the free templates show. To do this, click on this drop down here and change it from all to free. Now there's two different ways that you can go about this. You can either click on any of these templates and then import the designs of individual pages, or if you click on the blocks tab at the top, you can also build out your page using these individual block templates. What's cool about this is you can actually filter the blocks by clicking on this drop down here, and so if I wanted to filter by about, I can click on about and only the about blocks will appear. For this page though, I'm actually going to go ahead and go back to the page templates and then scroll through these different templates until I find one that looks good. And I think I like the way that this roofing template looks right here. And if I click on it, you'll see that there are 5 different pages available. And we can use any of these page templates for our page. I really like the way that the about page looks, and so I'll click on it and then just kind of scroll through it to make sure that I like it, and then press this button at the top that says import template. And after a few seconds, the template will import onto the page. Now there are a few things that we will have to update on this template so that it matches with the rest of the website, but overall this looks good. Now because this is a sub page of the main services page, I think what I want to do is pull over some of the design features from the services page and apply those design features on this sub page. And I'll start first with this top header / banner. Obviously this doesn't work for our website, right? It's a picture of a roof, and this website is for a plumbing company. For that reason, I'm simply going to delete this section by pressing the X icon above the container. But we do still need a top section for this page. So I'm actually going to open up the services page on a different tab by right-clicking services on the main menu and then selecting open in a new tab. Then on the services page, I'll click up here on edit with Elementor. Once it loads, I'm going to copy this top blue section by right-clicking anywhere within the container and pressing copy. Then I'll switch back to the previous tab, the actual subpage tab, and then click on this plus icon on this container here to open up this box above it. Then right-click anywhere within the box and select the option that says paste. Doing this will paste in the top section that we just copied from the services page. Now, because this is a sub page to the service page, I want this top section to be a little bit less tall to kind of emphasize that this is a sub page and different from the main page. And to make this section shorter, right click anywhere within the container and select edit container. Then click on the advanced tab and simply reduce the top and bottom padding. So I'll drop the top padding from 240 to 120. I'll just cut it in half. And then the bottom padding, same thing, from 120 to 60. And I think that this looks amazing. Now, because this one is the drain cleaning and repair service page, I'll click on this header text up here at the top and then change it to say drain cleaning and repair. And for the description text, I can either delete it altogether, use AI to come up with a quick description for me, or just use my imagination to come up with something clever. So I'll say, lit Billy the plumber, get your drains so sparkling clean that you'll think we used magic. Then once that's good, we would just scroll down the page and update all of this information down here to information about this service. We would also want to update all of the images on this page, and preferably preferably finding images that are most related to this particular service. And you can feel free to add or delete or modify anything that you want on this page. For example, I'm going to delete this little guy right here by right-clicking on him and pressing delete. And I'll also delete this phone number here by right-clicking it and pressing delete. And then this button in the left column, I'll also delete that one too. And then I'm also going to delete this section here because we don't need it. And so I'll right-click on the section and then press delete. And I'll keep this section down here. I like the way this one looks. But then the section that comes after it that says our partners, I'll go ahead and delete that one by right-clicking it and pressing delete. Then once you're done adding all of the information and updating the pictures on this page, click down here on the update button to save all of your changes. And now that we've finished this first service page, we can actually just duplicate this page 5 more times for the other 5 service pages. You see, because we don't have to recreate this page every single time, because each service page will follow the same exact design and format. The only thing that will be different about each page is the content and the pictures on the page. So let's go ahead and duplicate this page. To do this, first click on these 3 lines up here in the top left-hand corner, and then click on exit. From the back end of your site, you'll click on pages over here in the left sidebar. And what we want to do is duplicate this page right here 5 times. However, for some reason, duplicating a page actually isn't a default option within WordPress. And so to duplicate a page, we'll first need to install a duplicate plugin. So head over to plugins by clicking on plugins over here on the left, and then click on the button that says add new plugin. Then I want you to search for a plugin called duplicate page. And the plugin that you'll install is this first one here, which has over 3 million active installations. To install it, click on install now, and then once it's finished installing, click on activate. Now, if we head back to pages by clicking on pages over here to the left, you should see a new option whenever you hover over a page that says duplicate this. And so we'll hover over the drain, cleaning, and repair page and click duplicate this. The page will duplicate, and then you'll click duplicate 4 more times until you have a total of 6 duplicated pages. But we still have to update the titles of these pages because right now all of them say drain, cleaning, and repair. And so I'll head back to the services page, which is on a different tab on my browser, and just start copying each of these titles and then pasting them into the duplicated pages. And as a quick tip, if you hover over the page and then click on quick edit, you'll be able to quickly edit the page name without actually having to go into the page settings itself. And this will save you a good amount of time. You would then just go through each of these pages and update the content according to the service type. Now, I'm not going to go through and update all of those pages in this tutorial because I think that you get the point. You would just have to update all of the content to match the service type. And after you've spent some time doing that, it's time to link all of these subpages to their respective buttons on the service page. So let's go back to the services page now, and at the top of the screen, click on Edit with Elementor. Once it loads, you'll scroll down to the services section and click on any of these buttons to get started. And I'll first click on the drain, cleaning, and repair button. Once the button settings open up, you'll just start typing in the name for that respective service into the link section. So for this first service, I would type in drain, cleaning, and repair into the link field here. And when I do that, the drain cleaning page will pop up, and then I'll click on it and it'll automatically add the link to that page in this link box. And I would just do the same exact thing for each of these buttons. So now if we preview this page by clicking on this eyeball icon here at the bottom and then click on any of the buttons, you can see that it brings us to the dedicated page for that specific service. And now the service page is officially complete. Next, let's go to arguably the most important page on the website, which is the contact page. To get to this page, I'll click on contact from the main menu, and then to edit this page, just like with the other pages, you'll click up here on edit with Elementor. And honestly, I think that this page is totally fine the way it is in terms of its design. If you wanted to, you can change any of this information here by clicking clicking on it and then changing it from the left sidebar. We can also add some things to this page if we wanted to. For example, perhaps you wanted a map that spans across the bottom of the page down here. Well, the easiest way to do this is from the bottom, click on this starter templates icon, then head over to the blocks tab, and over here under the filter, I'm going to scroll down until I find a filter that says contact form. Once I find it, I'll click on it, and now we've got all of these different pre-built block templates, some of which include maps. And I think that I'll select this one right here by clicking on it, and you can see that it's got this full width colored map, which will work perfectly for our contact page. So to import it, I'll click on this button at the top that says import block. That block will then be added to the page. And if you wanted to keep these two boxes with additional information on top of the map, you can. But for this website, I'm actually just going to delete these boxes by pressing the X icon on the container. And now we're only left with the map. Now, when you first add the map, it's possible that it'll just show up as an empty rectangle. But if we click on the update button at the bottom left down here, and then just refresh the page, after Elementor has loaded again, you should be able to see the map. At the moment, the default location for this map is the White House, and I doubt that your business is located at the White House. So to change this, hover over the map, and then click on this little pencil icon in the top right corner of the map, and then in the left sidebar you'll see an option that says location, and you would simply change the location to anywhere that you wanted. You can also do things like adjust the zoom of the map, which will zoom in closer to your marked location, and you can also adjust the height of the map. If we wanted the map to be a little bit taller, for example, we can bump this number up right here to around 600 pixels, maybe about right there, and I think that this looks good. And so overall, I think that this page is looking good. But the last thing that we have to tackle is the contact form, because how do you even edit this contact form? Like, how would you go about adding new fields or removing fields and things like that? Well, if you click on the form, you'll notice that it says need to make changes, edit the selected form. And if we click on that link that says edit the selected form, it'll open up this screen right here. Now, this is actually a separate plugin called WP Forms. It's a dedicated form plugin on WordPress. And this form plugin integrates directly into Elementor. Now, editing this form is fairly straightforward, okay? The right side of the screen here shows a preview of the actual form. Then to the left are all of the fields that you can add to the form. Right now, we've got all of the basic fields added: the first and last name, email address, and a comments/message field. But let's say that you wanted to add a new field, such as a phone number. Well, you can do that by clicking and holding on the single line text field over here, and then dragging and dropping it into the form. And I'll place it directly below the email address. Now you'll notice that the fields label just says single line text, and we obviously don't want this. Instead, we want the label to say phone number. To change this, simply click on the field to open up the field settings. And very similar to how Elementor works, when you click on the field to open up the settings will open up in this left sidebar here. And you can see this field right here says label, and we'll highlight this text within that field and then delete it. Then we'll type in phone number or whatever you want. Maybe you just want to call it phone. You can also add a description for any of the fields, which is just additional text that appears underneath the field like this. We can then decide if we want to make this field required or not. If the field is required, it means that someone has to fill out the information in order for the form to be submitted. If they try submitting the form without filling in the required field, they'll receive an error message and they won't be able to submit the form. Typically, the required fields are indicated by this little red asterisk next to the field label. On this particular form, right now, the first and last name are required, as well as the email and the message. However, I'm not going to make the phone number required. In fact, after giving it a little bit of thought, I don't think I want the phone number to be on the form at all. And so, how would I go about deleting the field? Well, you can easily delete any of the form fields either by right-clicking on the field and pressing delete, or you can click on this little red trash bin icon on the far right side of the field and and then just delete it this way. This box will pop up asking, are you sure you want to delete this field? And you'll select OK. You could also add a field like a multiple choice. Let's say, for example, that you wanted to know how a customer found your business, right? Well, I can drag and drop a multiple choice field in, and I'll drop it at the very bottom down here. And if we click on the field, we can change the field label to say something like, how did you hear about us? And then for the first choice, I'll delete this text here and then type in Google. For the second choice, let's put Facebook. For the third choice, maybe let's do Instagram. And then I want to add another option that says word of mouth. So to do this, click on this plus icon right here to add a new field below this one. And then I'll type in word of mouth. So that's looking good. Now you may notice that there are a couple of additional options, for example, such as adding image choices. And this is actually a really cool feature. And so I'm going to open up a website called Opendoor to show you how an image choice could be used. So on this website, they have a form that you can use to get a cash offer quote on your home. And on that form, they ask for certain information about your home, such as the age of your kitchen or your living room or like the bathrooms. And with all of these different questions, they show images. So this is an example of how you could use the image choices on your site. Of course, this is just one example. The possibilities are endless. But anyways, heading back to our site now, another feature that I want to show you here is this bulk add feature. So if you click on bulk add and then click on this option that says show presets, you can see that there are several different list presets that you can use on your website. Let's click on states, for example, and when we do that, you can see that all 50 of the states are added. And if we click on this add new choices button, it would automatically populate all of these choices into the field. And so that right there is the multiple choice field. Another field that I want to add to the form is a drop-down list of pre-populated subject lines. So I'll click and drag the drop-down field into the form, and I think I want to place it directly above the message field. I'll then click on the field to open up the settings in the left here, and the first thing I'll change is the label. Instead of it saying drop-down, I want to change it to say subject. And so I'll type that in. And then for the actual choices, obviously these are going to be different for your website because we're building a website for a plumbing company. And so the choices for you would be different depending on the services that you offered or what your website was about. So for this website, since it's a plumbing company, I think that it'll be relevant to add subject lines here that have to do with plumbing things. And so for example, in the first choice right here, I'll say general plumbing questions, okay? The second choice will say maybe toilet issues. The third choice will say leaking pipes. And then we'll add another choice by clicking on this plus icon here. And for this field, I'll say shower issues. Now, obviously, if we wanted to, we could go to like a real local plumbing website to see if they have options here that we could then use for our website. But I'm just making these up as I go. But I'll add one more choice by clicking on the plus icon again. And for this one, I'll just say other. And I am going to make this field required. Now, if we click into the advanced tab up here, we can also do things like hide the field label if we wanted to, which is this little title above the actual field. And there are some other options in here that you likely won't use, at least not right now. And that's pretty much how you would edit the form. Now, over here to the far left, you'll notice a few additional options. There's setup, fields, settings, marketing, and payments. The fields option is where we are right now. This is where you would edit the form fields. The settings option is where the form settings are, and this is where I want to go to next. So let's click on settings, and the first tab under settings is for the form's general options. And within the general options, you can do things like change the name of the form, which is only visible to you, by the way, as the site owner. You can also change the submit button text. Right now, the submit button says send message, but if we wanted to change this to something else, we would do that here. And I'm going to change it to take me away. The next tab under settings is for spam protection and security. The form by default does have built-in anti-spam protection, but to be honest with you, I have found that the built-in spam protection is only but so effective. Instead, you would actually just want to integrate Google's reCAPTCHA into your form because this spam protection is much more effective. And a little bit later in this tutorial, I'll show you exactly how to add this to your form. The next tab under settings that I believe is important is the notifications tab. This is where you would adjust all of the settings for the email notifications that you receive when someone submits a form on your website. For example, the first field here is the send to email address, and this is the email that you want to receive notifications to. By default, form submissions are sent to the admin email, so whatever email that you used when creating your WordPress website. And if you wanted to change this to something else, you can simply click in here, delete the admin email, and then type in a new email address. If you wanted to, you could also add multiple emails in here by inserting a comma in between emails. But the next field is the email subject line. When someone submits a form on your website and you receive an email into your inbox of that form submission, what do you want the title of the notification email to be? At the moment, the title for all of the email notifications would be this right here, new entry : contact form. And I don't like this. I want each email to have a specific subject line based on what the form submission is about. So what I'll do is first delete this by highlighting it and pressing delete on my keyboard. And then if you click on this show smart tags option, it'll bring up a list of the fields that are on your contact form. What we can do here is have the subject line of the email either be the person's name that they entered into the form, their email, the comment itself, or the most obvious one, the subject line. If you recall, we added a drop-down subject option into the form earlier that included things like leaking pipes, toilet issues, shower issues, etc. And so we'll go with that option. Now, whenever someone submits a form on your site, which then gets sent to the email address that you designated in this field, the subject line of that email will be whatever the person selected from the drop-down list. Let's move next to the from name. So the from name is the name of the person that the email notification will appear from. So if John Smith submitted a form and he put John Smith as his name, when you receive the email notification, the from field in your email would show up as John Smith. At the moment, the from name shows up as local business for some reason, and we don't want this. We want to change this. And so again, I'll delete this text here that says local business, then click on this show smart tags option again and select name. The next field is the from email, and with this one, we're actually just going to leave it as the admin email. And you might see this warning box right here telling you to install a free plugin called WP Mail SMTP. I already planned on walking you through how to install and set up this plugin a little bit later on in the tutorial. You can also use the timestamps in the video to jump ahead to that specific part. But moving on to the next field, which is the reply to email. By default, this is actually set to field ID 1, which for this form is the email address that the person enters. And so that's actually correct because we want the reply to email to be the email address of the person who submitted the form. If you wanted to verify if this was correct, you can click on show smart tags and then click on the email option. And if these smart tags match, then you know that it's correct. Now, I didn't mention this earlier, but I am going to mention it now because I think it's worth mentioning. But all of these smart tag options that are only showing because they're corresponding or like matching to fields that exist on the form. And so the only reason that we're able to see this email option here within the smart tags is because we have a field on the form called email. And so if you're not seeing a certain field show up here, such as email, then it means that you don't have an email field on your your form. And so you would have to add an email field first before you can see the smart tag show up here. Next is the email message, which currently is set to all fields. And this basically means that every single field in the form will be sent to you in the notification email. Now, you might be inclined to only have the actual message of the form be sent to you, but I would actually encourage you to just leave this set as all fields, because it's really helpful to have the person's name, email, and any other information that you might have included on the form sent to you all in one place. Anyways, after all of that is set, you'll click on the save button all the way up here at the top right hand corner of the screen. And the final tab under the form settings is the confirmations tab. And this lets you control what happens after someone submits a form on your website. By default, after someone submits a form, this message will appear. Thanks for contacting us. We will be in touch with you shortly. And you can change this message to be anything that you wanted. For example, instead of this, I might say something like, thanks for contacting Billy the plumber. We know your message is urgent, so we'll be in touch with you very soon. And this is just one of the confirmation types, having a message appear under the form after you submit it. And just to kind of show you what this looks like, let me click to the front end of the website really quick and then go to contact pages. And I'm just going to submit this form here so that you can see what the message looks like. And so there it is at the bottom right there, okay? So let me click back to the previous tab to get back to the form settings. So if you click on this drop down right here under confirmation type, there are two other options in addition to the message. You've got show page and go to URL, redirect. The show page option will redirect you to whatever page you select here after the form is submitted. And this could actually be a really cool feature on your site, because you could create a dedicated page, perhaps saying thank you and having like a video or something about your company, and then set that as the page option here. And then every time somebody submits a form, they would then be redirected to that page. And this other option here, go to URL, basically does the same exact thing, except you would enter any URL that you would want to redirect to. Now, let's just say that you went ahead with the show page option and you created a dedicated page specifically for form submissions. It wouldn't even have to be anything super serious. It could be a message on a blank white screen. But in my opinion, even this would look better than just the default message under the form if we decided to go with the message confirmation type. And so I'm actually going to really quickly show you how you could create one of these dedicated pages. First, we'll have to exit out of WP Forms by clicking on this X up here at the top right hand corner. Then we need to exit out of Elementor by clicking on these three lines at the top left and then clicking on exit. Next, you'll click on pages over here to the left and then click on the button that says add new page, and we'll call this page right here form confirmation. Then click on edit with Elementor, and I'm actually going to use a pre-made block template from the starter templates plugin. To do that, click on the starter templates icon here and then select blocks from the top. Next, all I'm going to do is start scrolling down this list here until I find a block that I like. And after just a few seconds of scrolling, I found this block right here, and if I click on it, it'll enlarge. This block is very simple. It's got a simple heading text, a subheading text above the heading text, and a button below it. So I'll click on import block to add it to my page. And for the smaller subheading text, I'll click on it and then in the left sidebar, change the text to say successfully submitted. Then I'll click on the larger text and change this to say something like, thank you for reaching out to us. Billy the plumber cares about you and will be in touch with you very soon. Or you could change this obviously to whatever you wanted. And lastly, for the button, I'll click on that to open up the button settings, and you can really have the button go anywhere that you want. It could either redirect you back to the contact page, or you could send them to perhaps the about page so that they can learn more about the company. And I think that I like that idea. So I'll change the button text to say learn about us. And then for the link, I'll click into this field here and start typing in about, and the about page will pop up. I'll click on it and the about page link will automatically be added into this field here. Then click down here on publish to save your changes, and we're gonna head back to the website dashboard by clicking on the 3-line icon at the top and then selecting exit. Then we need to head back into the form, and you can get there by clicking on the WP Forms option on the left sidebar and then clicking on your form, which for this website is called contact form, which is right here. And so I'll simply click on it to get back into the form and then go back to the settings, click on the confirmations tab, and make sure that the confirmation type is set to show page. And then for the confirmation page, click the drop down and find the new dedicated page that you just created. For us, we name this page form confirmation. And so I'll click on that and then save your changes. Now, whenever someone submits a form, and I'll just go back to the contact page again to show you what happens, but when I submit this form, it'll redirect me to that page that we just created. And to me, this looks way better and it feels more professional than if you were just to leave it as the default confirmation type. But as far as the contact page for our site, this one is pretty much finished. So now we've built the home page, we've built the about page, we've built the services page, and we just finished the contact page. The next page that I would like to add to our site though is one that was not included with the template that we installed earlier, and that is the blog page. A blog can be a great resource to have on your site for a number of reasons. For starters, a blog can give the impression that you are an expert in your given field. And this can build trust with your customers or your would-be customers, and trust can ultimately lead to more sales. Another big benefit of having a blog on your site is the added SEO benefit that it gives your site. SEO stands for search engine optimization, and it's the process of improving your site's visibility in search engines to get more organic traffic. And organic traffic is the traffic that you get to your website without paying for ads. It's how people find your site naturally. And for both of these reasons alone, I think it's a good idea for many business owners to incorporate a blog on their website. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do that right now. First things first, let's head to the back end of your site by clicking on your site name up here at the top left. Next, head over to pages, then click on the add new page button. For the name of this page, I'll keep it simple and just call it blog. If you wanted to get creative and call your blog something else, such as newsletter or resources or something else, then you can definitely do that. Once you've chosen a name for your blog, click on publish, and that's it. Because the next thing you're gonna do is head back over to this left sidebar and you're gonna hover over settings. Don't click, just hover. And then this additional menu will pop out and you're gonna click on the third menu option that says reading. Once that page loads, you'll see these options here. And this option right here that says post page, I want you to click on the drop down for that and then click on the blog page that you just created. For our site, I simply named that page blog, and it's right here. So I'll click on that page to designate that page as the official post page, and then scroll down to the bottom and click Save Changes. Now, if we head back to our pages by clicking on pages over here to the left, you'll notice that the blog page has now been labeled as post page. And if we hover over the page and then click on the view option, you can see the one example blog post that WordPress includes by default, this hello world post. Now, before we actually start designing this blog page, it'll first be really helpful to have some more blog posts so that we can kind of see what we're doing better. Right now, with this one single blog post, it's kind of hard to tell what the design of the blog page even looks like, especially because this blog post doesn't even have an image. And so we need to add more blog posts. And there's actually a plugin that we can install that will import fake blog posts for us so that we can design the blog page easier. And so I'll head to the back end of the website by clicking on the site name and then click on plugins and then add new plugins. And the plugin that we're going to install is called favicon. And so click right here into the search bar and type in favicon. press. No spaces, all one word. Then the plugin will appear in the search results, and you'll simply click on Install Now and wait for it to install, and then click on Activate. You'll need to refresh the screen for the plugin to appear on the sidebar. So I'll refresh it from the browser, and after that you should see it at the bottom of the sidebar down here. So go ahead and click on it. The first screen that you'll land on is this one right here that says erase faked data. And then it tells you to delete all of the fake data that it generates, type in let it go, and then press delete. And this is amazing because it means that you won't have to go through all of these fake posts and delete them individually by yourself. The plugin will automatically delete them for you once you're ready to delete them. Now let's go ahead and create the fake post. To do that, down here in the left sidebar under FakerPress, you're going to click on Post. This screen will then pop up, and from here you can specify all of the details that you want for the fake post. For example, we can specify how many fake posts we want the plugin to create. We can control the date range for the actual post dates, and there's a lot of different details that we can change. However, we're not going to change any of this. The only thing that we'll have to do is add a quantity in this first option. And for the quantity, we only need to create enough posts to have a good idea of what the blog page design looks like. So I'll type in 12 in the first field here, and then in the second field, maybe 24. And we're just gonna leave all of these other settings alone. Then scroll to the very bottom of this page and click on the small button at the bottom left that says Generate. When we do this, a spinning circle icon will appear next to the Generate button, and you're just gonna wait around for about a minute or so for the fake post to be generated. And after about a minute, a message will appear at the bottom telling you how many fake posts the plugin created. Now, if we click on Post over here in the sidebar, you'll see that all of these fake posts have been created. And if we click on Pages on the sidebar and then click on View for the blog page, now we've got several different fake blog posts that include images, text, and everything that would typically be on a blog post. And this is going to make it much easier to design this page because now we have content to work with. And once we're done designing this page, we can use the plugin to automatically delete all of these fake posts as if nothing ever happened. So let's go ahead and design the blog page now. And we'll do that by heading up to this very top black bar at the top of your screen and clicking on the option that says Customize. Once it loads, you'll have all of these different options right here on the side. And the one that we're going to click on is Blog. When you click on Blog, you'll be presented with two more options, Blog/Archive and Single Post. Now we'll get to the single post in a second, but the first thing we're going to do is design the blog archive, which is this page right here. When someone clicks on Blog on your main menu, which I'll show you how to add in just a second, this is the page that they'll land on. And so let's click on Blog/Archive from the Customize screen, and now we're presented with several different options to customize this page. There's the container layout, as well as the container style. And if we scroll down a little bit more, you've got the sidebar layout and sidebar style. Scrolling down some more, next is the blog layout. Then we've got post per page, content width, and then finally at the very bottom is the post structure. So we will use all of these different options to customize our blog, and we'll start first with the blog layout. So there are 4 different layouts that you can choose from. The first one here is the classic layout. It's the one that's selected by default, but if we click on this layout option to the right of the classic layout, this is the grid layout, and you can see that this is already starting to look more like a traditional blog. The next layout underneath that one is the list layout to the left over here, and this one doesn't look too bad. And finally, you've got cover. Now, I do like the way this layout looks. This is the one that we'll go with, the cover layout, the 4th one down here. And this layout doesn't look bad, but it also doesn't look amazing. But we can adjust different settings underneath the post structure to make this layout look a lot better. So the first thing we'll do is scroll down to the actual post structure settings, which are right here. And you can see that there are all of these different individual rectangles, and all of them represent a post element. For example, the title is obviously the title of the blog right here. And let's just say for some reason that you didn't want the blog title to appear on the blog post block right here. Well, all you would do is click on the eyeball icon within the rectangle here, and doing that would turn off the title. And you can do this for all of these different post elements. And the idea here is that you can turn on or off different post elements to design the post the way that you want. For me, on this one, I think that I want to turn everything off except for maybe the title. And so I'll turn the title back on by clicking on the eyeball icon. I want to keep the date on and the read more button. And so I'll click on the eyeball icon for the excerpt to turn the excerpt off, which is all of this extra text right here. And the excerpt is basically just the summary of the blog. And then if you look down here a little bit, you'll see these additional options under meta. Right now, the date is turned off, but we want the date turned on. So I'll click on the eyeball icon next to the date, and I'm going to turn off all of the other metadata options, including comments. So I'll click on the eyeball next to comments, and also categories and author. Also, if you wanted to, you can move these elements to change the order that they appear. For example, say we wanted the title to be at the very bottom of the square. Well, we can do this by clicking and dragging the title underneath everything else. And when we do that, you can see that the title position changes to the bottom, but we're going to leave the title at the top for now. And after all of that, we're left with this. And I already think that this is looking a million times better than what it was by default. But there's still a lot that we can do to improve this design. I'm still not 100% in love with it. So I'm going to scroll up, and right here for the post per page option, I'm actually going to bump this number up to 12 so that we have even rows. Now you can feel free to mess with any of these settings to get different results for your page. But I'm going to click into this tab right here at the top that says design. And the first thing I want to do is actually add an overlay on top of the images for the blog post. So I'll click on this circle here to open up the color options, and I think it would be a really cool idea to use the same blue that we're using for the rest of the website for the background overlay. And that blue color is actually right here next to the other theme colors. So I'll click on that blue, and when I do that, it adds a solid blue layer on top of the image blocks. And that's not exactly what I want. I just want there to be a slightly transparent background on top of the image. But I still want to be able to see the image underneath the color overlay. And so we have to bring down the opacity of this color so that it's not just a solid blue. And to do that, I'll just drag the slider here to the left closer to the opaque area. And I'll go down maybe a little bit under halfway, right about here, so that you can see the blue overlay, but you can also still see the background image as well. Now, there aren't a ton of design options to choose from unless you have the pro version of Astra. But if you know a little CSS code, there's actually a ton of stuff that you can do for free. And I'll show you how to do one of those things right now. So I want the boxes themselves to be a little bit taller. Right now, they're just kind of perfectly square, and I would rather have them be more like tall rectangular. And to do this with CSS, I'm going to right click on any of the boxes, and then the last option on this menu is inspect. Now I'm using Google Chrome, but every browser is going to have its own version of this. Some browsers, like Apple's Safari, have this option hidden by default. And so you would have to go into the browser settings or like the options to turn this feature on. But for Chrome, it's there by default. But anyways, after you click on inspect, you'll see all of this HTML code on the bottom left, and then some CSS code on the bottom right. And if you've never dealt with code before, this will look very scary, no doubt. But I promise you, after messing around with this code for a little bit, it becomes much easier to understand. And don't worry, because I'm gonna walk you through it. So if I wanna make these boxes taller, the first thing I have to do is identify the actual class name of this box. And I can quickly figure that out by hovering hovering over the individual lines of HTML code on this bottom left-hand side of the screen. And when I hover over the code, you'll notice that at the top up here within the actual website, different parts of the box become highlighted. And so we want to find the code where the entire box is highlighted. So if I keep moving up with our mouse, eventually you'll see that this line of code right here highlights the entire box. And so I'll simply click on that line of code. And then after I click on that line of HTML code, the corresponding CSS code that controls what that HTML looks like will appear over here on the right. And so if we want to make these boxes taller, I need to change the height of the boxes. And at the moment, you can see that right here in the CSS code, the height of these boxes is set to 100%. And what I'll need to do is click right here where it says 100%, and it'll highlight that text, and I'm just going to hit delete on my keyboard. And then I'll type in 400 px or pixels. And when we do that, you can see that the boxes get taller, but you're not finished yet because this CSS code isn't actually added to the website. If I were to refresh this page, the boxes would go back to the regular size. And so to add this code to your website, all you're gonna do is copy this CSS code right here by highlighting it and then either right-clicking it and pressing copy, or from your keyboard, if you're on a Mac, press Command C, and if you're on a PC, press Control C. Then with that code copied, I'm going to press the back arrow up here in the left of the sidebar and then press back again until you're in the main menu. Then at the very bottom of this menu, the last option, you'll see that it says additional CSS. And so we'll open this screen by clicking on it, and when we open it up, you'll see that there's a blank box here. And all you're gonna do is right click inside of this box, specifically on the first line, and then select paste. You can also press Command P if you're on a Mac or Control P if you're on a PC, and this will paste it as well. And when you do that, it'll paste the CSS code that you copied. Then click on the publish button at the top, and now the height of these boxes will be set to 400 pixels. Now, I know that this can be very overwhelming and messing with code definitely as a beginner, but I just wanted to present this as a possible solution if you didn't feel like paying for the Astra Pro plugin. If you can learn how to do some basic CSS code, then it'll save you from having to spend money on pro versions of plugins. But I will say that Astra Pro does make it much easier to do all of these different things because it gives you built-in options to edit your blog page without having to use code. But for the blog page, I'm happy with this. And so the next thing we have to do is design the actual blog post page itself. So if I were to click onto one of these blog posts here, it would then bring me to the actual blog post page itself where the blog content lives. And in my humble opinion, this page needs a lot of work. For starters, the image up here at the top is massive, and the fact that I have to scroll down quite a bit before we actually reach the content is a little bit absurd, okay? And so let's fix this. To design this page, first, make sure that you're back on the customize main page, which looks like this with all of these options here. Then we'll click on blog, and this time click on single post, and all of the options for the blog post page are located here. The first thing I want to do is update this massive top image here. I would like ideally for the image to be smaller and act as a banner image where the title of the blog post sits inside of the image. And if that sounds confusing, it'll make more sense once I actually show you. So to make this change, I'll first click on this area right here that says post title area. This might not look like a button, but if you click on it, it'll bring you to some additional settings. And at the very top, the first option is the banner style. And there are two different layouts that you can choose from. Layout 1 is the one that you see right here. And I personally am not a huge fan of this layout. Layout 2, if we click on it, is the layout that I was describing earlier. So after selecting layout 2, you're going to scroll down to the structure here, and on the featured image structure, you'll see an arrow option. And if you click on that arrow arrow, it'll open up even more settings for the featured image. And what you'll do is scroll down a little bit until you see the option here that says use as background. And you'll turn that option on by toggling this switch here, and you'll know that this option is on when the toggle turns blue. Now, it's possible that even after turning this option on, you still won't see any changes on your page. I think that this is a bug within the theme, but you can fix this by turning off the featured image by clicking on the eyeball icon and then turning it back on. And after you turn it off and on, you should be able to see the changes reflected. And already this is looking much better, but we still have a little bit of work to do before it's finished. The next thing I'll do is add a background overlay by clicking on this circle here next to background overlay. And you can make the background overlay any color you want. I'm simply going to make it black and then turn the opacity down to around 50% by pulling this slider here to the middle. And honestly, if you wanted to, you don't even have to set a background overlay. I'm just gonna do it to make the title text a little bit easier to read. Then once again, to see the changes, turn off the featured image by clicking on the eyeball icon and then turn it back on. And after that, you should see the changes reflected. The next thing I wanna do is make the text white so that it's actually visible. To do this, scroll back up to the top of these options until you see a tab that says Design located right next to General. And when you click on it, you'll see all of the design options for this top banner, including the title color. And we want the title color to be white, and so I'll click on the circle next to title color and then change it to white. And let's also change the text color and the link color to white while we're here. Also, while I'm here, I want to make the banner image a little bit taller by going here to banner min height, and then I'll change it to around 400 pixels. And remember, to see the updated changes, you'll want to head back to the General tab and then scroll down to the structure and turn the featured image off and then turn it back on. After that, the changes will be reflected on your site. And I think that this is looking a million times better than the default post design. One other thing that I want to change though before we're done with the blog is remove some of this metadata right here underneath the title. I think that this looks busy and crowded and I don't like it. So to change this, on the left sidebar here, under structure, scroll down until you see meta. There are 4 boxes under meta and they include comments, taxonomies, author, and date. And I'm gonna turn off comments and taxonomies, but I'll leave on author and I'm going to turn on the date. You can also click the down arrow under author and you can change the text that appears before the author name. Right now, by default, the word is by, and so it'll say by Joshua Mayo, but you can change this to anything that you want. You can also include the author avatar, which is the image that appears next to the author name, by toggling on the author avatar. And I'll go ahead and turn mine on, and then remember to turn off this eyeball icon here next to author and then turn it back on so that the changes are reflected, and you'll see that my name now has a picture of me next to it. And if you wanted to learn how to add a picture of yourself on your website profile, I'll show you how to do that later when we talk about setting up your profile picture for your website. Also, if you wanted to, you can easily add a sidebar to your blog. Now, I personally like the way it looks right here where the blog is full width, but I think that having a sidebar can also look pretty cool. So to do this, first head back to the main single post settings by clicking on this back arrow over here on the side, and then scroll down a little bit until you see this sidebar layout option. By default, the sidebar is turned off, but if you wanted a sidebar, you can turn on either the left sidebar option, which adds a sidebar to the left of the blog post, or you can have the sidebar on the right by clicking on the right option. And once the sidebar is turned on, you'll notice that if you hover over on the sidebar, you'll see blue pencil icons appear on top of each item. And if you click on any of these blue pencil icons, it'll open up the settings for that particular item. You can also add more stuff to the sidebar by clicking on this plus icon over here in the left sidebar and searching through all of the different widgets. For this site though, I prefer the no sidebar look, and so I'll hit back. up here in the left sidebar, and then back again, and then click on blog, single post, and then scroll down to the sidebar layout, which I'll change back to default. But overall, I am very happy with how the blog post has turned out. And now that the blog post has been designed, if you wanted to, you could head to the back end of your website, and I'll do that by opening up a new browser tab, and in the search field of the browser, typing in our website name /wp-admin. And this will by default take you to the back end of your website. And now we can head into the FakerPress plugin, and if you were ready to delete the fake post, all you would have to do is type in "let it go" into this field here and then submit it. But for now, we'll just leave the post here. Now, if you signed up earlier with the Hostinger business plan, then you'll have access to the AI blog generator. This tool will automatically generate relevant and SEO friendly blog posts for you. And to get to this tool, what you would do is hover over the Hostinger option up here on the left sidebar, and then click on AI Content Creator. From here, the first question is, what do you want to make today? And you'll leave the content type as post because we want to create a blog post. And then under tone of voice, click on the drop down and choose the tone of voice that you want your blog post to have. And then finally, for the content length, do you want the blog to be short, medium, or long? If you are trying to rank your articles on Google, then I would recommend that you select the long content option right here. The next box is asking what is your content about. And for this, you'll just write a short description of what you want your content to be about. And so for this website, because this is a plumbing website, I'll type in write an article about the 5 best ways to unclog a toilet. And then the last question is, what are the focus keywords of your content? And I'll actually just leave this field blank right here. If you leave this blank, the AI will automatically generate keywords for you based on the content that it just generated for you. And that's basically it. After that, you'll press on the button here that says generate content. And within just a few moments, the AI will automatically have created a blog post for you about the topic that you wanted. If you plan on having a blog on your site, then I would definitely recommend using this tool. Now, the last thing we have to do to the blog is add it to the header up here by adding it as an option in the menu. And this actually brings us to the next important part of this tutorial, which is building out your site's header. And by the way, when I say header, I'm specifically talking about this top part of your website, which typically has your site logo and the actual navigation menu on it. To add your new blog as a link on your navigation menu, first publish your changes if you haven't done so already by clicking up here on this publish button. And if you aren't already in the customize screen right here, remember you can get here by clicking on customize from any front end page on your website. Once here, there are 2 ways to start building out your site header. The first way is by hovering over the header on the actual preview of the page, and when you do that, you should see a pencil icon appear to the left of the header. If you click on it, it'll bring you to the header settings. Another way to edit the header is from this main customize menu. Click right here on the option that says header builder. And when you do, it'll bring you to the actual settings for the header. So let's quickly walk through what you can do here. So there are 2 tabs at the top: Elements and Design. Right now, let's focus on the Elements tab. On this tab, you can change the site title and logo, change the button settings, and the button is this Get a Quote button here on the header to the far right. You can also add HTML text to your header, which is this text here that says emergency with the phone number. And then you've got your primary menu, which is this right here with the home page, about, services, and contact. You'll also notice that at the bottom of the screen down here, there are more options. And this down here is the header designer, and I actually find myself using this the most when building out my header. So you can see that there are 3 different rows within this designer box, okay? A top row, which controls the above header settings, a center row, which controls the primary header settings, and a bottom row, which controls the below header settings. settings. Right now, all of our header elements are placed on the primary header. And what's really cool about this header builder is, do you see all of these little boxes here? Site title and logo, you've got a primary menu box, and then to the right, we've got the HTML2 box and a button box. Well, you can design the header by clicking and moving around these elements anywhere you want on the header. Say for example that I wanted this HTML2 element to be at the very end of the header. Well, if I click and hold the HTML2 element and then drag it to the other side of the button, the placement of it will also change on the header. And you can see that it's reflected up here. Now, let's just say that I didn't want the HTML2 element to be there at all. Well, I can delete it by pressing on the X on the box down here in the designer. And when I remove it, it'll be removed from the header. Let's say that I wanted the primary menu, or like the navigation here, to be in the middle of the header instead of to the left. Well, down here in the designer, I can click and hold on the primary menu box and then drag and drop it into this middle section. And when we do that, you can see that the menu will be repositioned on the header. You can also add other elements to the header. When you hover over any area within the header designer down here at the bottom, you'll notice that a little plus icon appears in whatever area that you're hovering. So for example, if I wanted to add a new element on the right side of the above header, which is this top row up here, I would simply hover over the top right area in the above header, click on the plus icon, and this box will pop up giving us different elements to add. For this example, I'll click on social because perhaps I want to link my social media accounts to my website. And when we click on social, you'll see that it adds some social media icons in the above header on top of the primary header. Now, these social media icons are black, which doesn't really look great on top of this blue background. I would prefer that the icons be white, similar to the logo and the menu links. So to update the color, we need to open up the settings for that specific element. To do this, either hover over any of the elements on the header, in this case, the social media icons, and when you hover over the social media icons, you should see a pencil icon appear above the element right here. And if you click on it, it'll open up the settings for that element over here in the left sidebar. Another way to get to the settings for any element is by simply clicking on any of the boxes down here in the header designer. So if I wanted to edit the social media icons, I would simply click on the box that says social. And when we do that, you can see that the social icon settings open up in this left sidebar here. And we can do things like hide icons by pressing on the eyeball on any of the social media icons. We can also remove icons by pressing the X. We can add new icons by selecting this drop down here, choosing from any of the social media options, and then pressing this button that says add social icon. This little toggle switch right here that says show label, if we go ahead and toggle that on, you'll notice that the labels for the social media are turned on. And so next to the Facebook icon is the word Facebook. We've got Twitter, Instagram, and then if you click on the down arrow next to any of the social media options, for example, I'll click on the down arrow next to Instagram, it'll open up the settings for that specific social media icon. And within these settings, we can do things like change the label. So instead of Instagram, I might want to just have this label say IG. Then we can add the link to our Instagram account right here in the field that says URL, so that when somebody clicks on the Instagram link up here in the header, it'll go to my Instagram page. We can even change the icon if we wanted to by clicking in this icon field, and you can either search for an icon by clicking into the search field and then typing in an icon name, or you can just sift through the icons page by page. But for now, we'll just leave it as the Instagram icon because that makes the most sense. Then the next step would be designing the icons. To do this, click on the tab up here that says design next to general. So if we wanted to change the color of these icons to be white, you would click on this first circle here next to the icon color and then choose white. But you'll also notice that there is this second circle to the right of the first circle. And the second circle here controls the hover color of the icon. You see right now, if we hover over the icons up here in the header, the color of them doesn't change. If you wanted to add a hover color, you would click on the second circle over here in this left sidebar and then choose any color that you wanted. For me, I think I'll make the hover color more of a light gray. And now if we hover over the icons in the header, you'll see that they turn this light gray color. We can also adjust the label color if we want to. And again, I'll make that white, like so. We can also change the background color of the icons, and I'll leave this alone for now. And let's say that I wanted to make the icons larger. Well, I can do that by increasing the icon size right here. And I'll just bump this up to around 21 pixels or so. I would also like for the icons to be a little bit more spaced apart. Right now, I feel like they're a little bit too close together. And so to add more space in between the icons, I'll increase the icon spacing right here to maybe around 20 pixels or so. And I think that looks pretty good. The next option that you'll see is the icon background space. And so let me show you what this is used for. First, we have to add a background color for the icon. And so for the sake of example, I'll click up here on background color and just change the background color to black. When we do that, right now, you can see that there is a really tiny black background behind each icon. So let's head back down now to the icon background space. And if we wanted to increase the space around the icon, we would increase the background icon space. And I'll increase it to maybe around 7 pixels. We could also add a icon radius, which will increase the roundness of the corners of the background. By default, this is set to 0, which is why the icon background has sharper corners. But if we increase the icon radius to maybe 50 for each side, and be sure to click on this link icon here so that when you type in 50, it'll apply it to all sides. You can see though that it makes the icon background circle. Now, these icons look okay right now, but I actually think that it would look really cool if the actual social media icons themselves were the same color, the same blue as the background. So I'm going to click back into the icon color, which right now is set to white, and then click on this first blue circle, which is the primary color of this theme. And when we do that, it'll change the icon color to be blue, which is the same color as the background. So you can see that there is a lot that you can customize here. And if we click on any of these elements within the header designer down here, the settings for that element will open up over here in this left sidebar. But anyways, now let me show you how to actually add pages to the menu. So with the menu builder screen still opened, I'm going to click right here on the primary menu box down in the header designer. The settings for the primary header will then open up in this left sidebar. And we're just gonna click on this box right here that says configure menu from here. And when you do that, a new list of options will then pop up. We've got the primary menu, the secondary menu underneath the primary menu, and the secondary menu is just another menu that you can create and add to your website. Then underneath the secondary menu is the off canvas menu. And the off canvas menu is typically used for the mobile website. If I were to click on the phone icon down here at the bottom right of the sidebar, it'll change the website to the mobile website. And you'll notice that on the mobile website, the menu gets turned into this box here with 3 lines in it. And this is called a hamburger menu. If we click on the hamburger menu, it'll open up our menu options. And this right here is the off canvas menu. And I'll show you how to edit the design of this menu in a little bit once we get to the make site mobile friendly part of the tutorial. But for now, let's go back to the desktop website by clicking on the computer screen icon at the bottom of the sidebar. Then let's click on the edit menu link located under the primary menu option. When you do this, a new screen will pop up, and what you should see are all of the pages for the primary menu located here. So we've got the home page, about, services, and contact. Let's say that we wanted to add our new blog post page to this primary menu. To do that, click on the button right here that that says add items. Then this new sidebar will appear with additional options. And to add the blog page, all you would have to do is click on the plus icon next to the blog page in this list of pages here. And so I'll click on the plus icon next to blog, and the blog will be added to the primary menu. I also want to point out while we're here that you can add more than just pages to the main menu. You can see that we've got options like this, custom links, which allow you to link to any page, even if you wanted to link a page that wasn't on your site. So perhaps you had like an external job board or something that was hosted like on a different website that you wanted to link your website to. Well, you would go to custom link here and then add that here and then add it to your main menu. You can also add post, landing pages, categories, tags, etc. But let's go ahead and close out of this sidebar here by clicking anywhere outside of the sidebar. And when you do that, it'll just go back to the main sidebar. And if for some reason you still can't see the new page on your menu, and so for us it would be blog, first click on this button at the top that says publish and then simply refresh your screen. After the screen is refreshed, that new page should now appear on your primary menu. And you can see right there it says blog. So right now the blog is placed at the very end of the primary menu. Personally though, I want the blog page to sit between the services page and the contact page. And to change the position of the blog on the menu, simply click and hold on the blog option and then drag the blog anywhere that you want it to be positioned on the menu. For me, I want the blog to be located between services and contact. And so I'll move it up one so that it's between services and contact, and then you'll see that it's updated on the menu. Something else that I want to add is a sub menu under the services page on the menu. And basically the way this would look is if someone hovers over the services link here on the menu, a drop-down menu would open up underneath the services link, and in that drop-down menu would be links to all of the subpages under services. I'm going to click on services to go to the services page. And if you recall from earlier in this tutorial, we created subpages for each of these individual services on the service page. And so I want to link these subpages to the menu. To do this, with the menu settings still opened over here in the left, we're going to click on add items. And under pages, you'll see all of the subpages that we created earlier. The first one that we'll add is the drain cleaning and repairs service. So I'll click on the plus icon next to that page and it'll be added to the menu. At the moment, you can see that this subpage is located on the primary menu as a top level option. We don't want this though. We want this subpage to be located underneath the services link. To do this, from this link tree over here in the sidebar, we're going to click and hold on the drain cleaning and repairs service and then pull it up so that it's directly underneath the service page. And you should notice that when you drag it up, the box on the actual link tree here can be placed further inside of the link tree. So if we place this drain cleaning and repairs subpage underneath the services page, but just slightly to the side so that it looks like this, now this subpage will be a drop-down menu option under services on the primary menu. And if we hover over services on the menu, a drop-down menu will appear with that new link. You'll also notice that this new down arrow is next to the services on the main menu. And this drop-down arrow indicates to website visitors that if they hover over this option, a drop-down menu will appear. And so let's just keep on adding all of the subpage. And the next subpage that we'll add is the gas line service. Again, to do this, click on add items and then click on the plus icon next to gas line service. Once it's added to the menu tree over here, you'll click and hold and then drag that page underneath the drain cleaning and repairs page, making sure that the box is placed slightly further inside so that it's added to the drop-down menu under services. And we would just continue doing this for all 6 of the subpages under services. Then once they're all added, if we hover over services, you can see that all subpages are there. The next thing we should do is add our site logo. To do this, with the customized screen opened, I'll hover over the logo on the header, then click on the pencil icon. This will open the logo settings in the left sidebar. Now, by default, the template that we chose earlier gave us this placeholder logo. And the first thing we'll do is just delete this logo by pressing the button that says remove. If you already have a logo for your website, all you would do to add your logo is click inside of this box here that says select logo. When you click it, this screen will open up. From here, you can drag your logo from your computer into this screen, anywhere into the screen, and it'll upload. Then you'll click down here on select, and it might ask you if you want to crop the logo, and I'll click on the skip cropping option, and you should see that your logo now appears at the top of your website. It's also very important to mention that in most cases, you should be uploading your logo as a PNG file. A PNG file makes it possible for your logo to have a transparent background. If I put these two logos here side by side, this will help you to have a better understanding of why uploading your logo as a PNG is so important. Both of these logos are the exact same design. The difference between them is that the logo on the left is a JPEG image and the logo on the right is a PNG image. The logo on the left, the JPEG logo, if uploaded onto your website, would have this white background behind the logo. And there's no way to get rid of this because JPEG images cannot have transparent backgrounds. But the logo on the right, the PNG logo, if uploaded onto your site, would not have a white background behind the logo. And this one looks a million times better. And this right here is why it's important that you always upload your logo as a PNG file. Now, if you do not have a logo yet for your website, I'm actually going to show you how you can create a professional logo completely free, like 100% free. As an example, all of these logos that you see right here were created completely free with a tool that I'm about to show you. And that tool is called Canva. And you can get here simply by typing Canva into your browser and then hitting enter. Then from the menu, hover over this top option that says Design Spotlight. Then over here, you'll see an option that says Browse Canva Templates. Click on that. And then from this page, right here underneath where it says Browse by Category, you should see an option that says Logo. If you don't see the logo option here under Categories, you can simply search for the word logo inside of this search bar up here. Either way, it'll bring you to this page here, which contains thousands of free, high quality, and professional logo designs. And up here at the top, there are all of these different filtering options. And you can use these filtering options to narrow down the logo designs to a specific theme. For example, let's say that you owned a restaurant, right? And you needed a logo for your restaurant's website. Well, we can click on this theme drop down here, and you can see that there is a filter for food related logos. If we scroll down a little bit more, you can see that there's even a restaurant theme filter. So I'll select the restaurant theme and then scroll back up a little bit here. And I'm also going to click on the food theme as well. Also, if you click on the price drop down here, you can filter it to only show you the free logos, which are basically most of the logos that you see here. But then you can start scrolling through all of these different logos until you find one that piques your interest. Now, for the sake of our example plumbing website, I need to find a plumbing or like service related logo. So the first thing I'm going to do is at the top near the filtering options, I'll click on this clear all option to clear the food and restaurant logo filters. Then click on the theme drop down again, and I'll scroll down until I find maybe like a plumbing option or something that's going to be closely related to plumbing. And I'll just keep scrolling down this list of themes here. And I think that honestly, this cleaning option might work for our plumbing company. So I'll select cleaning. And honestly, I think that these logos are actually perfect for a plumbing company. Now, we would have to likely make some updates to whatever logo that we choose because some of them do contain cleaning imagery. This third logo here, for example, has two washing machine icons, and obviously that won't work for a plumbing company. But these logos will be very easy to update in Canva, so it won't be a problem. And for the sake of simplicity, simply, let's just say that we selected this logo here for our fictional plumbing company, Billy the Plumber. To edit this logo, first, we'll simply click on the logo. This screen will then pop up showing you some of the details about the logo, and it will simply click on the button that says customize this logo. Now, if you don't already have a Canva account, this is where you'll create one. Again, Canva is 100% free to use as long as you're only using their free templates. But after you create your free Canva account, you'll land on this page here. From here, we can start customizing the logo. And the first thing I'll do is change the name. Right now, it says Borsili Laundry, or however you would pronounce that. And we would want to update this to say Billy the Plumber. To do this, double click on the text and then type in your name. And so for the top here, I'll type Billy and then the. And for the bottom text, I'll double click it and type plumber. And just like that, within 5 seconds, we now have a super clean logo that says Billy the Plumber. But before we export this logo, I first want to change out the washing machine icons to something that's going to better represent a plumbing company. The first thing I'll do is click on the washer machine icon and then just press delete on my keyboard to delete it. And I'll do that for both of the icons. Then over here to the far left side of the screen, you'll see a tab that says Elements. Click on that, and then I'm just going to search for the word plumbing inside of this top search bar. Next, I'll click on the graphics option and it'll open all of the plumbing related graphics. Now, it is worth mentioning here that all of the graphics that have this small little gold crown next to them are members only graphics. You would need to have a paid subscription to Canva Pro to get access to these graphics. However, you'll notice that there are plenty of free options as well. For example, almost immediately I see a graphic that will work perfectly for our logo, and it's this little water drop graphic right here. So I want to add this graphic to the logo, and to do that, simply click on the graphic. It'll then add that graphic into your canvas over here to the right. Now, at the moment, this water drop graphic is way too big. It's massive. We need to scale it down. To do this, simply click on the graphic, and when you click on it, you'll see these circles on each corner of the graphic. And what you'll do is click and hold on any of the circles and then start moving your mouse inward to decrease the size. And I'll just drop it down until I feel like the size is appropriate, which is about right there. Then click and hold the graphic, and then you can drag it anywhere you want on the logo. And for this logo, I'll place them where the old washing machine icons used to be, which is right here. And I think that this looks good. We also need another water drop icon or something else on the other side over here. If you wanted to, you can go back to the graphics and just choose another like plumbing related graphic. But what I'll do is just use the same water drop. So we'll duplicate it by right clicking on the graphic and then pressing duplicate. You can also press Command D on your keyboard if you're on a Mac, or Control D on your keyboard if you're on a PC. Then simply pull the duplicated water drop to the other side. And you'll know that the water drops are lined up and matching if you see this line here going through the center of the water drops. And so just like that, in a matter of minutes, we've got this new logo for our website. And now it's time to export the logo. But before we export this, I actually want to delete the background on the logo. And to do this, I'll click anywhere on the background and then press delete on my keyboard. And I think that that looks better. So to export this, you'll click on the share button located at the very top right-hand corner of the screen, and then press the download option. Now the default export file type should be set to PNG. If it's not, click on the file type and then change it to PNG. And for the size, you can just leave it set as the default. Now you may notice that there is a transparent background option that requires you to have Canva Pro to use. Because we have the free version of Canva, we can't actually click this option that says transparent background. But don't worry, you don't have to pay any money for a Canva membership, because there's actually a different free way to make the background transparent on your logo in seconds. So just go ahead and download your logo even without the transparent background by clicking the download button. Next, we need to remove the background of the logo so that it is transparent. To do this, I want you to head into google.com, and then in the search field here, I want you to type in the following: Adobe Express transparent background, okay? And so I'll just type that out, and we're just gonna click on this first link that pops up and then scroll to the top of the page. You'll see this box here that says drag and drop an image or browse to upload. And all you have to do is just drag and drop the logo that you just exported from Canva into this box here. And in a matter of seconds, Adobe Express will remove the background for you. And if you click on this download button right here, your new transparent logo will be downloaded to your computer. At which point we can head back over to our website and add the logo. So from the front end of our website, click up here on Customize, then click on Header Builder, and then Site Title and Logo. And to upload the new logo, click on Change Logo, then drag and drop your transparent logo anywhere into this window here to upload it. Once it's uploaded, click on Select at the bottom, then click on Skip Cropping, and your new logo will be added. And if we wanted to, we could change the size of the logo by adjusting the logo width option right here. Currently, it's set to 140 pixels, but I actually want to make this a little bit smaller. And so I'll pull the slider down here to maybe around 100 pixels or so, and I think that this looks really good. Click on Publish to save your changes, and that's how you add a new logo to your website. Now, something else in addition to your logo that you'll definitely want to add to your website is the site icon. The site icon can also be called the favicon, or you'll hear some people pronounce it as fave icon. But the site icon is this little logo that appears in the browser tab when somebody is on your website. By default, depending on the browser that you're using, the site logo, if you don't set one yourself, is going to be something super generic like this. A grayed out globe icon, which makes 0 sense for our plumbing company. And so we need to add a site icon. Now, typically your site icon is simply going to be your site logo or a variation of your logo. If your logo is longer horizontally like this, then it wouldn't make sense to use your full logo as the site icon. It'll be super small and it won't look good at all. But if your logo is like this, more circular, like the one that we just created, typically you can get away with just using your logo as the site icon. So we'll talk about how to create a site icon for both of these scenarios. And if your logo is longer horizontally like this one, I'll show you a solution for creating a site icon that will work. But first, let's talk about how to add your site icon if you have a more circular logo like the one that we just created. From your website, click up here on Customize in this top black bar. Then once the Customize screen opens up, you're just gonna click down here on Site Identity toward the bottom. And when this opens, you'll see an option that says Site Icon, and then a box that says Select Site Icon. If your logo is circular, similar to the one that we have right here, you can actually just click on the box that says Select Site Icon, and then click on your logo, which should be somewhere here in the media library. And because we just uploaded it, it's right here at the top. And so I'll click on it, and then at the bottom, press the button that says Select. It'll ask you if you want to crop the image, and typically I just skip the cropping. And then just like that, you should now see your site logo appear in the browser tab. Click on Publish to save your changes, and that's it. Now, what if your logo is longer like this one? How exactly would you go about creating a site icon? Well, typically for logos like this, I would recommend that you either use the first letter of the logo for the site icon, or if your logo has a symbol in it or like an icon in it, like with this example, then that icon can be used for your site icon. And let me show you how you would do this. Now, if you had your logo created by like a designer or maybe like on Fiverr, or you did it yourself in Photoshop, then you can just go to your designer or into Photoshop yourself and do what I'm about to show you. But if you have your logo and you don't have access to actually edit it anywhere else, then keep watching. So the first thing we'll do is open up Canva again, and assuming that you're already logged into your free Canva account, we're gonna click up here on Create a Design in the top right hand corner. Then click on the Customize Size option at the bottom down here. This screen will open up, and And for the width, you'll type in 500, and for the height, you'll also type in 500, and then press create new design. It'll open up a new blank canvas, and what you'll do is simply drag your logo from your computer into this canvas here, and you can just drop the logo anywhere. Then once your logo is uploaded, we need to crop the logo so that only the water drop is showing. Or if you're using like the first letter of your logo, then we need to crop it to only show the first letter. To do this, simply click up here on edit photo and then select crop. And if you grab up here at the top right hand corner, you can control where the crop line goes. So for this logo, we're just gonna crop out the water drop and use that for the site icon. And so I'll just drag this and adjust it, pull down here from the bottom left, and I'm just gonna crop out everything except for the water drop. Once you've got your crop points set, you can either hit enter on your keyboard or click on the done button down here at the bottom left. Then you'll want to scale this up as much as possible to fill this canvas. To scale it, all you have to do is click on the image and then start pulling outward on one of these circles in the corner. And you'll just keep pulling outward until most of the icon fills this white canvas. Now, it's worth mentioning that if you created your original logo in Canva, then instead of doing it this way, where you're having to crop out the icon from your logo, you could technically just go and find the icon that you used from Canva originally for the logo. For example, this logo was created in Canva, and these water drops were added by going over here to the Elements tab and then searching for plumbing. So instead of having to crop your logo and go through all of that trouble, you could technically just add the water drop into the canvas here, scale it up to fit the canvas, and that's it. Then we can export this by going up to share, clicking on the download option, and then downloading as a PNG. And just like we did with the logo, we also need to make the background on the site icon transparent. To do this, head back into google.com and search for Adobe Express transparent background. Once you search that, you'll click on the first link again, and when the page loads, scroll back up to the top and then pull your site icon into this box here. After a few seconds, Adobe Express will automatically remove the background from your site icon, at which point you would click on download. Then I'll click on this tab here to head back into our site and upload the site icon the same exact way that I showed you earlier. From the customize menu, you'll click on site identity and then select site icon, upload your new site icon, click on the select button, skip cropping, and there it is right there, your new site icon. And if we look up here in the browser tab, you can see that it's right there. And I think that this is looking really good. I like the water drop a lot. And just be sure to click on the publish button to save your changes. The next thing we'll do is build the site footer. The footer of your website is located all the way at the bottom of your site down here. And just like the header of your site, the footer is located on every single page. And we can actually edit the footer the same way that we edit the header. First, from any page on the front end of your website, click up here on Customize. Then, once the Customize screen opens up, you're going to click over here on Footer Builder. It'll automatically pull you down to the footer on the page, and just like with the header, you also have this footer designer area here. So we can drag any of these elements around to change the position of them on the footer. For example, if I wanted to change the position of the social media icons over here to the right side of the footer, I would just grab and pull them over. And then I could pull the copyright information down to the third row down here, and I can also add new elements by hovering over the sections and clicking on the plus icon. And so yeah, as you can see, it's the same exact idea as designing the header of your site. And we're actually going to completely redesign this footer altogether because I personally just don't like the way it looks right now. I'd like to go for a more traditional footer design similar to these ones, where you've got these different columns with links to different parts of the website. We've got our social media accounts, maybe a column for the contact information, things like that. And we'll start first with designing the column over here to the right. And what I would like to do for this column is have the business contact information over here. Now we can see that the column over here to the far left already has that information. And so the only thing we have to do is down here in the footer designer, move the box that says widget 1 over here to the far right column. And I'll also delete this HTML box because we don't need it. Also, at the moment, this larger text above the address says brand name. And I'm gonna change this to say contact instead. To do this, simply click on the box down here that says widget 1. Then over here in the left sidebar, you'll be able to edit the text. So I'll highlight the text that says brand name, delete it, and then type in contact. I'm also going to place the social media icons under the contact details over here to the far right. So I'll click on the social box down here in the footer designer and then just drag it over past the widget 1 box. Now the icons for some reason aren't lining up with the rest of this text, and I suspect that there's some extra margin being added somewhere on the icons. So I'll click on the box that says social down here in the footer designer, and when we click on that box, it'll open up all of the settings over here to the left. And I'll click on the tab that says design, and then down here at the very bottom, you'll see this section that says spacing. And we can see that indeed 35 pixels of left margin and 50 pixels of top margin are being added. I'm actually just going to change both of these to 0. I don't want any margin on these icons. And once we do that, now the icons are lined up with everything else in this column. And this already looks way better. Next, let's go ahead and design the center column right here. First, I'm going to delete the business hours because I want the service subpages to be listed here instead. So I'm going to click on the box that says widget 2 down here in the footer designer, and then over here to the left, click on this box with the business hours inside of it. And then click on these 3 stacked dots, which will open up these options here. And we're actually just going to delete this box by pressing delete. Because then we'll click on the plus icon here and this box will pop up and we'll just search for the word menu and then click on navigation menu to add that. It'll add this box here, and for the title, I'll type our services. Then for this drop down here that says select menu, we'll actually have to really quickly create another menu specifically for services. Because right now, the only menu that shows up on this list is the primary menu, because that's the only menu that we created so far. So let's go ahead and publish our changes by clicking on publish so that we don't lose our place. Then click on the X over here to go back to the front end of the website. Then click up here on your site name to go to the back end of the website. Then hover over appearance and click on menu. From this page, you can edit your site's existing menus. You can also create new menus. And we need to create a new menu specifically for the footer of the website. And to create a new menu, click here on this link that says create a new menu. For the menu name, we'll call this services, and we don't need to click any of these options here. We'll just leave all of these unchecked and then click on the button that says create menu. Now we can go ahead and add our service pages to this menu. And the same way that we created and edited the menu earlier in this tutorial for the header of the website is the same way that you'll do it here. Simply check the boxes next to all of the pages that you want to add to the menu. For this menu, which we're creating for the footer, we want to add all of these individual services, all of the subpages. So I'll check the boxes on all of these services, and then once they're all checked, click on the add to menu button. All of those pages will then be added here, and we can just press save menu. With the new menu created, we can now head back to the footer of our website and continue building it. So over here in this left sidebar, you can actually click on this option under appearance that says customize. And this will bring you back to the front end of the website with the customize screen opened. We'll click over here on footer builder to open up the footer designer. And we want to add the menu that we just created to this center column here. So we'll click on this box down here that says widget 2, and then over here in the left sidebar, click on the box that says navigation menu. Then under the select menu drop down here, we're just going to select the new menu that we just created called services. When we do that, you can see that it's been added to our footer. And this looks great, but right now the links are blue, and I would prefer them to be black instead. instead. So to update this, if you look down here in the actual footer designer, within the box that says widget 2, this box right here, there will be 3 small icons. The first icon here is the general icon, which if you click on it will let you edit the content of that widget. To the far right, the last icon, this X icon here, lets you delete the widget. But the center icon here is the design icon, and if we click on it, it'll open all of the design settings for that specific widget. So we've got the header color, which is this heading here that says our services, content color, which we don't have any content in this widget right here, but in the contact details over here to the right side of the footer, this information right here, the address, call us, this right here would be considered content. And so changing the content color would change the color of that if we had content in this widget. The next thing we can edit though is the link color, and this will allow us to change the color of these blue links here to any color that we wanted. So I'll click on the first box next to link color, and I'm just simply going to change it to be completely black. And you can see that the links are updated to black down here in the footer. Now this second circle here after the first one will adjust the hover color. So whenever you hover over the links down here, what color would you like them to change to indicate that this is a link? And I'll actually change this to be the same blue that we're using across the rest of the website. And I think that this is looking great. Now for the last column over here to the left, we're just gonna add some more links, except this time we'll use the same top level links that are being used in the main navigation menu on the site. I'm gonna click on the plus icon in this left column down here, and I'll select widget 3. If you wanted to, you could choose widget 4, it doesn't really make a difference. But once that's added, I'll click on the box that says widget 3 that we just added to open up the settings for that widget over here in the left sidebar. And just like with the center column, we're gonna add a new menu. So click on the plus icon and type in menu, and then click on navigation menu. It's also worth pointing out really quick that if you click on the browse all button, a huge list of widget options will open up, and you can add any of these that you want. But in any case, let's go ahead and click on the navigation menu box so that we can start editing it. For the title, I'll call this one maybe explore, and for the menu, I'll click on the drop down and we're just gonna select the primary menu. And we'll also do the same thing that we did for the center column and change the link colors from blue to black. To do this, again, click on the design icon down here in the actual box within the footer designer. A list of settings for that specific widget will pop up here in the left sidebar. And we're just going to adjust the link color. For the first circle, we'll make it black, and then for the second circle, which is the hover color, we'll make that blue. And this is looking really good. Now the only thing left to do in the footer now is fix this bottom section with the copyright information. The first thing that we need to fix is I would prefer that the background color of this entire section be the same as the rest of the footer. Right now it's completely white, whereas the rest of the footer is kind of this light gray color. So to change this, we can either click on this gear icon in the bottom section of the footer designer, or if you hover over the bottom section on the page, you'll see a pencil icon appear. And if you click that icon, it'll open the settings for that section. So we need to change the background color. And to find this, you'll click right here on the design tab, and then click on the circle next to background to edit the background color. And looking at this top row of colors up here, these are all of the theme colors. And the one color that looks closest to the rest of the footer is this light gray one right here. So I'll click on that, and you can see that this is indeed the right color. It does match. So that's good. But next, I want to make the copyright text centered with the footer. And also, it looks like some top margin has been added because there's a lot of extra space at the top of the copyright text right here. And so I would like to remove that as well. So I'll click on the box that says copyright down here in the footer designer. And then over here to the left, I'll click on the tab that says design. And you can see that there is indeed 40 pixels of top margin. And I want to remove this margin. So I'll highlight the 40 pixels and press delete. And finally, we just need to center the copyright text. text. And we can do that by clicking back into the general tab. And then right here under alignment, we'll change it to center, just like that. And that's basically it for the website footer. I think this looks way better than the original design, and I'm really happy with it. So I'll click up here on publish to save our changes, and then click on the X to exit out of the customize screen. Now, the final thing that we have to do before the website is complete is make sure that everything on our site is mobile responsive. We need to make sure that the site is mobile friendly so that when someone is viewing your website from their phone or mobile device, the site still looks amazing. So to view what your website would look like on a mobile device, what you would do is from any page on your website, click up here on Edit with Elementor. Once Elementor opens up, down here at the bottom left corner of the screen, you'll see this option that says responsive mode. And if you click on responsive mode, this black bar will pop down from the top within Elementor, and you'll see these 3 different device icons. We've got desktop, tablet, and mobile. Right now, we're on the desktop version of the website. But if we click on the tablet icon right here in the center, the screen will automatically adjust to the size of a typical tablet. We can now scroll through the tablet view of the website to make sure that everything looks right. And again, if we click on the phone icon up here in this black bar, the website will scale down and adjust to the size of a typical phone. And if you notice that something doesn't look right, you can click on whatever it is, make changes to it while in this phone view, and all of the changes that you make in the phone view will only reflect on the phone website. Let me give you an example. So this gas line text right here looks perfect just as it is. But let's just pretend that you wanted this gas line services text to be larger than all of the other text. And you only wanted this text to be larger on the phone view of the website. Well, what you can actually do is while in the phone view, click on the title, then the settings for that title will open up over here in the left. And if you click on the style tab and then click on the pencil icon next to typography, we can make this text larger by simply scaling up the size. And because we increase the size of this header font while editing within the mobile view, these changes will only be reflected on the mobile version of the website. If we were to click back onto the tablet view, for example, you'll notice that this text here is no longer big. And if we go to the desktop website, again, this text isn't big. However, if we click back on the mobile view of the website, that text gets massive. So this is how you would edit your site to be mobile responsive. You would just go through all the different elements and make sure that everything looks correct on the smaller screen. If it doesn't, make changes to it while editing within the mobile view, and all of those changes will only be reflected on the mobile website. Now, luckily, all of the templates that you can import using the plugins that I showed you earlier will already be designed to be mobile responsive. And the same is true with all of the blocks that you import. All of these templates are already mobile responsive. And so the only time you'll really need to come into Elementor and start editing your website in this tablet or mobile view is if you're designing parts of your page from scratch, like without using any of the pre-built templates. And you can see this homepage was imported using a template and it looks perfect. But there was one page on our website that we did build from scratch earlier, and that was the About page. So let's head over to the About page, and then up here at the top, click on Edit with Elementor. And then once it loads, down here at the bottom left, click on the responsive mode to open up the responsive settings. And let's go ahead and view the mobile version of the website by clicking on the phone icon up here in this top black bar. And you can already see almost immediately that there are some issues. And if we go ahead and just continue scrolling down this page that we designed from scratch earlier, more and more issues will begin creeping up. So we do need to go ahead and fix these issues. Now remember, this page looks good on the desktop website, right? But on the mobile website, because we never made this page mobile responsive, it doesn't look good. So the first thing that we'll need to fix is this massive top header section up here. You can see that there is way too much space at the top above the text. So to fix this, we need to open up the settings for this container. And you can do that by hovering over the container and then clicking on these 6 dots at the top of the container. You can also just right click anywhere within the container and then click on edit container. Then right here under the min height option, we're just going to pull this slider down until it looks good. And if we keep pulling it down, I think that this looks good about right here. I'll leave some extra space at the top because we still have to leave space for the logo and the menu. And if we close the sidebar by pressing this left arrow here, you'll be able to see what the site looks like with the logo and the menu. And so that's why I'm leaving a little bit of extra space at the top so that the logo and the menu can actually have space up there. And so let's go ahead and open up this left sidebar again by clicking on the arrow again. And let's just keep scrolling down to the next section, which is the Our Vision section. And for this section, there's way too much padding around the text. Again, if we click on the desktop icon up here at the top to change the website to the desktop view, you can see that this section looks perfectly fine on desktop. It's only when we go back to the mobile version of the website that it looks like this. The text is being squeezed on the inside. So to fix this, click on this little gray box over here, which will open up the settings for this container. And we need to adjust the padding, which can be found in the Advanced tab. So we'll click on Advanced, and then right now the padding is set to 80 pixels on all 4 sides, and we need to bring this way down. So I'll click into any of the padding boxes and change the padding to maybe around 30 pixels. And remember, because this link icon is selected, when we change the number in one box, it'll automatically adjust the number in all of the other boxes. So this definitely looks a lot better, but I still want there to be some extra white space around the actual gray box, similar to how it is on the desktop website. Again, if we go back to the desktop website, you can see that this gray box exists within this white container. And so I want to be able to show this on the mobile website as well. So to change this, click back into the mobile view, and then I'll right click anywhere within this white space and then select edit container. Then click on the Advanced tab, and right now, as you can see, the top and bottom padding is set to 120 pixels, which for the mobile website is way too much. But also keep in mind, there is 10 pixels of padding added to the right, but only the right side and not the left. So for this, I think it would make sense to basically just cut the top and bottom padding in half. So instead of 120 pixels at the top and bottom, we'll do 60. So first, let's unlink these numbers by pressing the link icon right here. Doing this will drop all of the numbers down to 0, which is fine. So for the top padding, we'll change that to 60, and then for the bottom, we'll also change it to 60 as well. And then for the left and right padding, I think I only want to do 10 pixels evenly for both of those sides. And so we'll change the left to 10 and the right to 10 as well. We don't want to start adding too much padding to the sides because then it'll make all of the text within this gray box tighter. For example, if we did like 30 pixels on the left and right, you can see that the text within the gray box gets a little bit too tight in my opinion. But 10 pixels on both the left and the right is enough padding to be able to see the gray box against the white background, and we aren't crushing the text on the inside. So I think that this section looks really good. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one. Now, this section actually doesn't look all that bad. The only thing that we'll adjust in this section is making the top and bottom margin a little bit smaller. And similar to the previous section, we're basically just going to cut the number in half for the mobile website. So instead of 120 pixels of padding for the top and bottom, we'll do 60 pixels. So I'll just right click anywhere in this black container and then select edit container, then go to advanced. And before we change the top and bottom padding to 60, we first have to unlink the numbers. If we click into this top padding, for example, and then change it to 60, you'll see that it automatically changes all of the sides to 60, and we don't want this. So first, unlink the numbers, which will then reset them all to 0. And for the top, we'll do 60 60 pixels, and it will also do 60 for the bottom. And then for the left and right padding, let's just keep both of those as 10 pixels. So for the left, we'll do 10 pixels, and for the right, 10 pixels, and that looks good. And now it's time to move down to the final section of this page, which is the call to action section with the background image. And like with all of the previous sections before, we'll do the same exact thing for this section. So open up the container settings by right-clicking anywhere within the container and then pressing Edit Container. Then go to Advanced, and right now the top and bottom padding are set to 240 pixels. And we want to cut this number in half for the mobile website. And so let's go ahead and unlink the boxes, and then for the top we'll do 120 pixels, and for the bottom 120 pixels as well. And then for the left and right padding, let's change both of those to 10 pixels, just like this. And so now the mobile version of this page looks significantly better. But if we scroll all the way to the bottom of this page, you can see that the website footer does need a little bit of help. Specifically, the menu options, which are centered for some reason when they should be left aligned. So let's go ahead and fix this. First, click on the update button at the bottom left down here to save your changes. Then click on the eyeball icon directly to the left of the update button so that you can go to the front end of the website. Once the page loads, up here at the top of the website, click on the option that says Customize. And once the Customize screen opens up, you'll click on the footer builder option on the side over here. And then once it scrolls down to the footer design will open up, and what you'll want to do is click on the design icon within the box for the menu widget. And again, the design icon is this really small icon that sits between the gear icon and the X icon. And when you click on it, it'll open the settings for that footer menu. Now we need to update the alignment of the menu on the mobile website. To do this, click on this desktop logo next to the word alignment over here in the left sidebar. Clicking on that icon will change the view to tablet, and if you click on it again, it'll change to the mobile view. We can also adjust the views by clicking on the desktop, tablet, and mobile icon down here at the bottom of the sidebar. But in any case, when we switch to the mobile view, you'll notice that the alignment for the menu in the footer changes to centered. And we're just going to change this to left align. And we'll do the same thing for the other menu. So down here in the footer designer, click on the design icon for the other widget box for the other menu. And then in the left sidebar over here, change the alignment to left. Once that's finished, we'll save our changes by clicking on the publish button at the top, and now the mobile footer is finished. The next thing we'll have to do though for the mobile website is edit the mobile menu. The mobile menu can be found at the top of the website. It's this box here with the 3 lines inside of it. This right here is called a hamburger menu, and if we click on that hamburger menu, it'll show us a drop down of our pages. Now this drop down isn't bad per se, and we can edit this drop down and make it look a lot better if we wanted to. However, there are 2 other styles of mobile menus that I personally think look much better than this drop down menu, and I'll show you exactly how you can find them. The first thing you'll do is click on the option over here to the left that says Header Builder. Then the settings for the header will pop up, including the header designer down here. And we're actually just going to click right here on this box that says Off Canvas Menu with the little gear icon next to it. And when you click on it, it'll open the settings over here in the left side of the screen for the Off Canvas menu, the Off Canvas menu settings. And in these settings, specifically at the top, you'll see 3 different menu options. There's drop down, which is the one that's being used here by default. And again, if we click on the hamburger menu up here, you can see what the drop down style looks like. The next mobile menu style is this one, full screen. And this one is personally my favorite one to use on mobile websites. If we select full screen and then click on the hamburger icon over here on the left, you'll see that the menu fills up the entire screen. Now, this design by default doesn't look amazing, but we can definitely edit a few things to make it look really good. And so this is the design that we're going to go with. But really quickly, let me show you the other mobile menu option, which I also think looks really good, and depending on your site might actually work better than this full screen menu. And that is the flyout menu. So if we click on flyout, which is the first option here under header type, you'll see that the menu is kind of almost like a full screen menu, but you can still see a really small sliver of the website over here to the left. And we can also change it so that the menu flies out from the left side of the screen. Now, from my experience, typically the flyout menu is best used on a website that has a lot of menu links. I mean, we're talking over 20, 30 plus different menu links. Typically, something like an e-commerce website or even a blog will fall into this category, where they just have a ton of links on their navigation menu. Now, of course, you can use any of these header types that you want for your website. There is no right or wrong option to choose from. It's all personal preference. But for this example, we're using the full screen menu. Okay, so let's go ahead and design this so that it looks better. And the first thing we'll do is head over here in this left sidebar and click here on this tab that says design. Now, in this tab, we're not actually going to be able to edit the menu links themselves, but we can change the background color, adjust the close icon color, and a couple of other options. And I would like to change the background color to be something other than white. So to change it, let's click right here on this white circle. And I personally think that it would be really cool if the background color was the same blue that we're using across the website. So I'll click on this first blue circle here, and the background color of this menu will change to that blue color. Next, let's click on the close icon color, and right now it's black and it's kind of hard to see, so we're going to change it to white, and I think that that's a lot more visible. Now, at the moment, the menu links don't look great. We need to make them look better. So to edit the design of the menu links, you can either hover over the menu on the website, and when you do that, this pencil icon will appear next to the menu, and if you click on the pencil icon, it'll open up the settings for the actual menu text. Or you can click on the left canvas menu box located down here in the header designer, and when you click on that box, the settings for the off canvas menu, which is just another word for the mobile menu, will appear over here to the left. And the first thing we'll do is click on the tab that says design. And the first option at the top is how we would update the link color. So the first circle here is the normal link color, the second is the hover color, and the third is the active link color. The normal color is the color that the links will be in their normal state. So if we click on the circle to adjust the normal color, and I'll change this to be sort of an off-white color, you can see that it changes all of the links to be that off-white color. The next circle though is the hover color, and as the name suggests, this is the color that the links will turn when you hover over them. So let's click on the second circle to change the hover color, and I'll change this to be white. And then the last circle is the active link color. This is the color of a link when you are actively on that page. So for example, if you are on the about page, the link color for the about page would be a different color because you are actively on that page. And so this is an active link. And for this color, I'm actually just going to make it white as well. Next, I want to make the menu links themselves bigger. I think they're too small right now. And so to do this, let's click on the pencil icon next to the menu font option. Then for the font size, I'm just going to begin increasing the size until I think it looks good. And I think that this right here, about 23 pixels, looks pretty good. I would also like to center the menu links instead of having them be left aligned. To do this, I'll simply click on the off canvas box, the one with this little gear icon next to it down here in the footer designer, and that'll open up the settings for the off canvas box. Then in the left sidebar, change the content alignment to be center instead of left. And I personally think that this looks really, really good. And that's basically going to do it for the mobile website. And if you don't need any additional features on your website, such as an SEO plugin or learning how to submit your site to Google so that your site can actually rank on Google search, as well as a few other things, then your website is basically done. You can just continue making updates updates to the design and the content using this video as a guide if you forget how to do certain things. But in all seriousness, I want to congratulate you for making it through this phase of the tutorial and officially creating your WordPress website. I am so proud of you for making it this far. And so now that phase 2 has been completed, it's time to step into the final phase. Phase 3, which is the enhancement phase. In this phase, we'll be doing all the things that are actually really important for your website once it's built, but for some reason, no other tutorial on YouTube ever talks about. So for starters, let's go ahead and install an SEO plugin. Now, if you don't know what an SEO plugin is and why it might be important for your website, let me briefly explain. So SEO stands for search engine optimization, which is the process of improving your site's visibility in search engines to get more organic traffic to your website. And so if you want more people to be able to find your website without having to pay for ads and things, it is going to be critical to optimize the SEO on your website. And the first and most important step to achieving this is to install an SEO plugin. A good SEO plugin will do a lot of things for you automatically that would otherwise take a lot of skill and experience to do by yourself. But by simply installing a free SEO plugin, your site will be in a much better position to start getting organic traffic and ranking better on Google search. So to install an SEO plugin from the back end of your website, click over here on plugins. Then click on the add new plugin button, and we're going to search for a plugin called Rank Math. And so in the search field up here, type in RANK and then math. You'll see the plugin show up here in the search results, and it's got over 2 million plus active installations and a perfect 5-star rating out of 6,500 reviews. So you'll click on the install now button, wait a few seconds for it to install, and then click on the activate button. Once that plugin is done installing, you'll need to refresh the screen so that the plugin appears in the sidebar over here. And you can see that after installing the plugin, there's a new notification at the top that says plugin activated. Some changes may not occur until you refresh the page. And then there's a button that says refresh now. Go ahead and click that button to refresh the page. After the page refreshes, you should see a new option over here to the side called Rank Math SEO. Go ahead and click on that option. This screen will then pop up, and you can either create a free account, which will give you access to a bunch of additional features, or you can just skip creating a free account altogether and just use the plugin without an account. I would actually highly recommend that you do create a free account though, specifically because this will give you access to the SEO Analyzer tool, which will scan your website for SEO errors and give you suggestions for SEO improvements. And this feature is completely free, and I think it's worth it. So click on the button that says connect your account, and it'll bring you to this page here where it says log in to Rank Math. But more than likely you don't have a Rank Math account yet, and so you'll need to create one first. To do this, click on the register now link down here at the bottom of this box. And now the box should say create a free account instead of log in. And it'll give you a few different options to sign up with. You can choose to sign up using your Facebook account. You can sign up with your Google account. If you have a WordPress account, you can sign up with that, or just use an email and password to sign up. You can choose whichever one you want, but for this example, I'll just go with a Google account. So I'll click on Google, and then a list of Google accounts will pop up here, which I'm going to blur out, and I'll just press the button that says continue. I'll then select my account that I want to connect to Rank Math, and then press on the button that says continue, and then you should land on this page here. It says plugin activation. You are about to activate Rank Math free plan. So I'll click on the bottom here that says okay, activate now. It'll then bring you to this setup wizard, and we've got 3 different setup options to choose from: easy, advanced, and custom mode. Now the custom mode is only available with the pro version of Rank Math, but that's okay because we honestly don't even need this. I would actually recommend simply going with the easy setup. It says right here that the easy setup is for websites where you only want to change the basics and let Rank Math do most of the heavy lifting. Most of the settings are set to default as per industry best practices. One just has to set it and forget it. That's literally what it says. Doesn't that sound amazing? And this is exactly what we want to do. Just have the plugin do all of the work or most of the work for us. And so with the easy option selected, we'll click on the button down here that says Start Wizard. And this first screen here is asking us if we want to import data from existing SEO plugins that we might have installed on our website. But because we don't have any existing SEO plugins installed, we'll click on this gray box down here that says Skip, Don't Import Now. The next screen is where we would enter or confirm a few things about our site. The first option here is asking us what type of website do we have? And it says Billy the Plumber is a personal blog. No, that's not right. Okay, so we need to update this. And so click on the drop down here that says personal blog and select the option that makes the most sense for your website. For this website, Billy the Plumber, this is a small business site. And so I'll select that option. Next is the business type. This is asking you to select the type that best describes your business. If you can't find one that applies exactly, the generic organization or local business types can work. So we'll just click on this drop down here, and for your website, you would just select whatever made sense for you. You can see that there is a huge list of business types here, but I'm actually just going to search for the word plumbing, and you can see that plumber pops up as I begin typing. So for this fictional business, which is a plumbing business, we'll select plumber. Next is the website name, and this one should be good to go. We already set this a long time ago, but if for some reason the website name in this field isn't correct for you, now would be your chance to update it. You can also add a website alternate name if you wanted to, and this would apply to you if your business had a short name or like a nickname. And the best example I can give you of this would be Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donuts is the full business name of the coffee franchise, but the short name that many people call Dunkin' Donuts is simply Dunkin'. So in that situation, Dunkin' would go here in the website alternate name, but for me, I'll just leave this blank. Next is the person/organization name, and this is the name or company name that will show up in Google's knowledge panel within the search results. For example, if I search for the company Dunkin' Donuts, this information over here on the side is the knowledge panel. And so however you would want your name to appear here is what you would put in this field over here. Next, you can verify that your logo is correct. We did upload this earlier, but if for some reason yours isn't showing up correctly here, now would be your chance to change it by clicking on this button that says add or upload file. And then the final option is the default social share image. This is basically the image that is used as a fallback image when links or posts from your website are shared specifically on Facebook. You can set an image here if you want, but I personally am just going to leave this one blank. And after all of these settings are complete, you'll click on this button here that says save and continue. And this next page here is where you would actually connect your website to your Google Search Console. Connecting your site to Google's Search Console is how you get your site to actually rank on Google. But more than likely, you don't even have a Google Search Console account yet. And that's fine because we'll set one up in just a few minutes. But for now, we're actually just going to skip this step by pressing the button down here that says skip. And just like that, Rank Math has been installed and your site is already much more optimized for SEO. So click down here on the return to dashboard button, and then you'll be given some additional settings. And if we scroll down this page a little bit, we'll be able to do things like add a contact email that could appear on search engines, a business address, and you can even set your business hours here if you wanted to. And all of this would appear on Google search when somebody searches for your business or your website. And scrolling down some more, we can also set a contact phone number, but all of these additional settings are completely optional. Perhaps your website doesn't even need to provide a contact email or phone number or an address. So only enter this information if it's relevant for your specific website. Something that I would recommend you doing though, again, if it's relevant to your website, is adding the about page and the contact page. We created both of these pages earlier here, so they should exist on your website. And all you would have to do is, for example, for the About page option, click on the drop down and then search for About to pull up your About page and then just select it. And you would do the same thing for the Contact page. Click on the drop down, type in Contact, and then select the Contact page. And once you've done all of this, scroll down to the very bottom and press the button that says Save Changes. Now, before we do anything else with Rank Math, we first need to go ahead and set up your Google Search Console account so that we can submit your site to Google so that it can actually rank on Google. To do this, head over to google.com. Then you're going to search for Google Search Console and then click on the first link up here at the top that says Google Search Console. Then from this page, click on the Start Now button, and it might ask you to sign in to continue to Google Search Console, and you would simply sign in with the Google account that you wish to be associated with the Google Search Console for your website. Once you've signed in, you'll land on a page that looks like this, assuming that you don't have any other existing websites associated with the Google account that you selected in the previous step. And this screen says, Welcome to Google Search Console. To start, select property type. And we are going to select this first box here that says domain. And all we're going to do is just type in the domain name for our website. So I'll type in billytheplumber.com and then click on continue. This box will then pop up saying verifying ownership, and after a couple of seconds this box will appear that says verify domain ownership via DNS record. And I want you to pay very close attention here because you'll have to be very precise with these next few steps. Assuming that you followed this tutorial all the way through and that you signed up with Hostinger earlier, what you'll do is open up a new tab in your browser and head back to hostinger.com. Or you can also just click on the link down below in the video description or the pinned comment to easily get to Hostinger. But don't close out of this screen here because we'll need to come back to this in a second. But once you're on Hostinger, you'll want to log into your account by clicking on the login button at the top right corner of the website. Then enter your login credentials that you created earlier in this tutorial. Once you're logged in, you should land on your Hostinger dashboard, which looks like this. And what we need to do is get to the DNS settings for our domain name that we created earlier. To do this, click up here on the domains tab at the top, and you should see your domain name appear on this list down here. Then simply click on the button that says manage next to your domain name. After that, it'll bring you to a page that shows you all of the information about your domain name. And on the left side over here, you'll see some more options, and we're going to click on the option that says DNS/name servers. And this page here is exactly where we need to be. And specifically under this box here that says name servers, there's another box that says manage DNS records. I want you to click on this first drop down here that says type, and then scroll down this list of random weird letters and select the option that says TXT or text. Then by clicking on the tab in our browser at the top up here, let's go back to the screen on the Google Search Console that we were just on earlier. And let's take a look at the steps here. So step number 1 is to select the record type TXT, which we just did on Hostinger. Step 2 is to sign in to your domain name provider, which in this case for us is Hostinger, and so that step is done. Then step number 3 is to copy the text record or the TXT record below into the DNS settings for your website. So simply press on this button here that says copy next to the TXT record. Then with that text copied, click back over into the browser tab that has Hostinger opened on it and paste the text into the field here that says TXT value. And you can leave everything else alone, but the type should be set to TXT. The name can be kept as this default @ symbol. The TXT value should be set to the text that we just copied from Google Search Console and pasted here. And then finally, this TTL field can be left as the default 14,400 number. But if all of that looks correct, then you'll click on this button here that says add record. And if we scroll down all the way to the bottom of this big list of DNS records, the very last record on this list should be the TXT record that we just created. And now if we head back to the Google Search Console tab, we can click this button here that says verify. And after a few seconds, if you followed all of the steps correctly, you'll see this ownership verified box appear. And now we can head back to our website and let Rank Math automatically connect Google Search Console to our website so that we can start ranking on Google search. So let's go to the back end of our website, and then over here in the left sidebar, click on Rank Math SEO. You'll see all of these boxes, and the one that we need to go to is this one here that says Analytics. So click on the settings button here, and then click on this button here that says Connect Google Services. It'll then prompt you again to select a Google account, and you'll select the account that you just used to sign up with Google Search Console. After that, you'll have to give Rank Math access to your selected Google account. So you'll simply click on this box at the top that says select all, and make sure that all of these boxes are selected. If not, then Rank Math won't be able to connect Google Search Console to your website. And so if all of these boxes are checked, click on continue. After that, you'll click back into Rank Math on your website, and then click on the settings button under the analytics box. From here, this box right here that says Search Console should have your site name inside of it. If it doesn't, click in this drop down and your site name should be on this list. If it is, go ahead and select it. Then scroll down to the very bottom and press Save Changes. Now, after the page saves, this search box should have a green dot next to it. And this green dot is your confirmation that Google Search Console has successfully been connected to your website. But the final thing that we have to do is submit your sitemap to Google. Doing this is very easy and will help Google identify the pages that exist on your website, which in turn will help them to actually rank on Google. So to do this, open up a new tab in your browser and head back to Google Search Console. And assuming that you're still logged into your Google Search Console account, what you'll do is click on this link on the side over here that says Sitemaps. And when you click on that link, it'll bring you to this page here, and you'll see this box that says add a new sitemap. And there's a field here where you can enter a sitemap URL. Now, what exactly is a sitemap URL, and where can you find this for your website? Well, from your browser, let's go ahead and switch tabs again and head back to our website. Once you're back on the site, over here on this left sidebar, you're gonna hover over Rank Math SEO, and when you hover over that option, you'll see this option that says Sitemap Settings. And if we click on that, it'll bring us to this page here. And on this page, you'll see a blue box that says your sitemap index can be found here. And then it gives you a link. This link right here is your sitemap URL. And this link right here is what Google wants you to submit to them. So simply highlight this link and press copy, and then switch back to the tab with Google Search Console. Then within this field here that says enter sitemap URL, you'll simply paste in the URL that you just copied from your website. And once that URL is pasted, you'll click on submit, and you should get this message here that says sitemap submitted successfully. And it tells you that Google will periodically process your sitemap and look for changes. And you'll be notified if anything goes wrong with it in the future. Then click on dismiss. And if for some reason the status right here says something like could not fetch your sitemap, you can actually just ignore that message, because if you simply refresh your screen, the status should be changed to success. And that's it. If you've done all of these steps, then you'll have successfully submitted your site to rank on Google. The next thing we should talk about though is how to set up Google reCAPTCHA on your site's contact form. The contact form on your site does have a built-in anti-spam system. However, CAPTCHAs are significantly better at detecting and stopping malicious bots from submitting spam messages to you from your website. It's super easy to set up and is completely free. So from your website, what you'll do is click on this option on the side side that says WP Forms. Then click on the settings option, and from the very top there are several different tabs. And you're going to select the one that says CAPTCHA. When you do that, a list of different CAPTCHA services will pop up. And honestly, you could use any of these on your website. For example, HCAPTCHA has become very popular as of recently. However, the one that I've always used and it's always worked perfectly for me is reCAPTCHA by Google. And that's what I'm going to show you how to set up right here. So if we click on reCAPTCHA, it'll give us a brief description of what reCAPTCHA is. So it says that reCAPTCHA is a free anti-spam service from Google, which helps to protect your website from spam and abuse while letting real people pass through with ease. Google offers 3 versions of reCAPTCHA, and all of these versions are supported within WP Forms. The first version is V2 checkbox reCAPTCHA, which prompts users to check a box to prove that they're human. And you've likely used one of these yourself at least once. Then there's the V2 invisible reCAPTCHA, and this one uses advanced technology to detect real users without requiring any input. And then there's the newest version, which is reCAPTCHA V3, and this is actually the one that I prefer to set up on websites because it doesn't require the user to do anything. The software works on the back end of your website, and it can tell whether you're a human just by observing your behavior. And so if we scroll down a little bit here and under the type, click on reCAPTCHA V3, you'll see that we need 2 things to set this up: a site key and a secret key. So let's go ahead and get these so that you can officially set up reCAPTCHA on your site. So to set this up, the first thing you'll have to do is open up a new browser tab and then head to google.com. And in the search box, you're going to type in Google reCAPTCHA. Once the page loads, you're going to click on the first link up here at the very top. When you click on that link, you'll land on this page here, and you're simply going to select this link at the top on the navigation menu that says V3 Admin Console. When you click on that, if you aren't already signed in to your Google account, it'll prompt you to sign in. And you can use any Google account that you want to set this up. It doesn't matter. Then, once you're signed in, you'll land on a page that looks like this. It says register a new site, and this is actually very simple. The very first thing you'll do is click on this button here that says switch to create a classic key. For our website, we don't need any special enterprise key. A classic key is 100% free, and there won't be any extra hurdles that we have to jump through to set this up. And so I would highly recommend that you use the classic key, which you can get to by just clicking here. And then it'll switch to the classic key setup page. Now, for this first field here, the label, all you're gonna do is just put your site domain name. For example, I'll type in billytheplumber.com, and you'll just type in your domain name into this field here. Next, we'll select the reCAPTCHA type, and you can either choose reCAPTCHA V3, which is the invisible one, or you could go with reCAPTCHA V2, which is the one that makes the user answer a trick question before they can submit the form. It's really up to you which one you want to use on your website. In my opinion, reCAPTCHA V3 is the better option for the user experience, because with the V2 reCAPTCHA, someone has to answer a trick question before they can submit a form on your website. And this could potentially deter people from submitting a form altogether. Whereas with the reCAPTCHA V3, it's all happening in the background, and so the user never even knows it exists. And so I'll select the reCAPTCHA V2 option, and with that selected, let's go ahead and scroll down to this part here that says domains. Now, just like you did up here in the label field, here where it says domains, you're just going to enter your website's domain name again. So for our website, I'll type in billytheplumber.com and then click on this plus icon next to the domain name to add it. Next, for the owners, your email should be listed here by default. If you wanted to add another email address here, you could. This doesn't really do anything though, and so it's not that important. But then the only thing left to do is to accept the reCAPTCHA terms of service by clicking this box right here. And I'm actually going going to uncheck this box that says send alerts to owners, and then simply click on the button down here that says submit. And when you do that, it'll say that your site has been registered, and below you'll be able to see both your site key and your secret key. And you'll start first by clicking right here where it says copy site key. When you click that, it'll show that your site key was copied, and now you can click back on the tab at the top up here to head back to your website. And then within the WP form settings, right here where it says paste key, I'll simply paste in the key that we just copied. And again, you want to make sure that the reCAPTCHA v3 is selected up here, or if you went with the checkbox reCAPTCHA v2, make sure that one's selected up here. But we selected the reCAPTCHA v3, and so both the site key and the secret key are for that version. But let's go ahead and go back to the other tab again, and then copy the secret key, and then click back onto your website and paste the secret key into the secret key field. And then scroll to the bottom and click on the button here that says save settings. And so now Google reCAPTCHA is officially integrated into our website. However, you're not done yet because we still have to attach it to our contact form or any form that you have on your website. To do this with WP Forms still opened, over here in this left sidebar, you're going to click on the first option that says all forms under the WP Forms option. Then select your contact form or whatever form you want, and over here under the standard fields, you should see a box that says reCAPTCHA. And the only thing we have to do to integrate this into our form is click on the box that says reCAPTCHA. And when you do that, you should get this notification here telling you that Google reCAPTCHA has been enabled. And you'll also see this reCAPTCHA enabled badge up here at the top as well. And that's it. Just by simply clicking on that button, Google reCAPTCHA will automatically integrate into your form. You don't have to do anything else. Then save your form, and if we go back to the front end of the website by clicking on the X up here in the top right corner and then clicking on our site name at the top, we can head to the contact page, and you should see this Google reCAPTCHA logo at the bottom right corner of your screen when you're on the contact page. And this right here is how you know it's working. If you don't see this at the bottom right corner, you can try closing out of your browser completely and then reopening it back up, head back to your website, and then go to the contact page. If this badge is still not showing up, it's possible that you missed a step during the setup process. And so I would recommend that you go through the setup process one more time and make sure that you're selecting and entering everything properly. And that's it. Now your site should get significantly less spam emails, if any at all. Every single site that I've ever had Google reCAPTCHA installed on has never gotten any spam, and so I know that it works. Next, let's talk about improving your site's performance using a caching plugin. A caching plugin is a tool that helps to speed up a website by temporarily storing frequently requested data from the website's files. This allows the data to be more easily accessible and load faster for users. And I absolutely believe that basically every website needs to have a caching plugin. Now, if you created a Hostinger account earlier in this tutorial and you set up your website with Hostinger, then by default, you'll already have a caching plugin installed called Lightspeed Cache. But what if you don't have a caching plugin installed yet? How exactly would you get one, and which one should you install? Well, from the back end of your site, click on Plugins in the left sidebar. Then click on the Add New Plugin button, and in the search field, type in the word cache. C-A-C-H-E, cache. And you'll notice that there are a ton of different caching plugins on WordPress. If we scroll down this huge list of plugins, you'll see that they're basically endless. But I would recommend that you go with a caching plugin that has at least over 1 million plus active installations. The reason for this is because the high number of installations is a clear indication that it's a good caching plugin. And the one that I would recommend above all is either this first option here, Lightspeed Cache, or you could also install WP Optimize, which is a really good plugin. And also this WP Fastest Cache is another great free caching plugin that you can install. You can't really go wrong with installing any of these. They're all basically going to do the same thing anyways, which is add caching features to your website and do things like optimize the code on your website so that it loads faster. But for the sake of this video, we'll go ahead and install the Lightspeed Cache plugin, which has has over 5 million plus active installations. So click on install now, wait a few seconds for it to finish installing, and then click on the button that says activate. After that, click on this button up here that says refresh now, and the Lightspeed Cache plugin should now appear on the left sidebar down here. And the first thing we'll do is hover over the Lightspeed Cache option in the sidebar, and when you hover over it, you should see this new list of menu options pop out to the side. And we're just going to click on the option that says cache. Now by default, all of these cache control settings should be turned on. If for some reason they're not, you'll want to go ahead and turn them on, especially this first option here that says enable cache. If this option is turned off, then the caching feature on your website will also be turned off, which will decrease the speed and performance of your website. So you'll definitely want to make sure that this option is enabled and set to the on position. And as long as this option is turned on, caching will be enabled on your site. And that's basically it in terms of the caching. It's actually very straightforward. Just make sure this option is turned on. Now, if you wanted to, you could do some extra optimizations to really try and boost the speed of your website. If we look over here in this left sidebar under the Lightspeed Cache option, you'll see an option that says page optimization. If we click on that, it'll open these additional settings, and you'll see some tabs at the top up here. We've got CSS settings, JS settings, which stands for JavaScript. We've also got HTML settings, media settings, and a number of other tabs. But we're just going to focus on these first 4 tabs up here, and we'll start first with the CSS settings. So under this tab, there are a lot of different optimization settings. It would be very easy to get overwhelmed with all of these different settings, but don't worry, because we're going to walk through all of the important ones right now. Now you'll notice that all of these CSS settings are turned off by default, and that's because some of these settings can potentially cause visual problems to the front end of your website. And so while it is recommended to turn some of these optimization settings on, it's also highly recommended that you fully check your website after turning on these settings to make sure that nothing is visually messed up on the front end. You should always weigh any improvements in website speed against the potential impact on user experience. If turning on certain optimization settings does help to improve your site speed, but at the same time it's messing up something on the front end, which is then creating a bad user experience, more than likely you'll just want to keep that setting off, because the user experience is the top priority. But anyways, the first option that we'll turn on is the CSS minify. What this does is it basically just removes all of the extra white space and comments from your website's CSS files to make the files smaller. I'm going to put on the screen 2 versions of a standard CSS style sheet that would exist on your website. The one on the left here is a pre-minified style sheet. This version does include spaces, new lines, comments, and a bunch of other extra information that doesn't really have any effect on how your website looks or functions. On the right side though is the minified version of the same exact style sheet. And you can see that all of the extra spaces, lines, and comments have been removed. And this makes the actual CSS file itself smaller. And when the file size is smaller, it's able to load quicker. So when someone visits your site and the CSS file has to load every time, it would be in your best interest to make that file as small as possible. And that's exactly what this option does here. So for our site, I'll turn this on and then press the Save Changes button over here to the right. Now, I would actually recommend that you check the front end of your website every single time you turn on one of these optimization settings. So for example, because we just turned on the CSS minify option, I'm going to open up the front end of our site on a new tab just to make sure that everything still looks good. And so I'll scroll down the page here and just take a look. And from what I can tell, everything looks right. And so I'll click back over into the other tab, and the next optimization setting that we'll turn on is the CSS combine option. What this does is it combines all of the different CSS files on your site into one single file. So I'll use this illustration here as an example. So your site has dozens of separate CSS files that are used to style different parts of your website. You might have a style sheet for the pages on your site, website. You might have a separate style sheet for the contact form, a style sheet for the website header, etc. And so what the CSS combine feature does is it takes all of these individual CSS style sheets and combines them into one big CSS file. And again, this will simply help your site to load faster, generally speaking. Sometimes, and this is the case for all of these optimization features, but sometimes these features can actually slow down your site depending on the plugins that you're using, etc. That's why it's always a good idea to test your website after turning on these features just to make sure that they're working properly. But for our site, I'll turn this option on. And for the CSS optimizations, that's basically it. If you wanted to, you can also mess with some of these other optimization settings, but I'll leave these ones alone for now. If you click on this small learn more link up here next to the CSS settings title, it'll bring you to this page here that explains what all of these different settings do. In any case, let's head into the JS settings tab now. So just like with the CSS settings, the JS settings or the JavaScript settings also have a lot of the same optimizations. So for example, we can turn on things like JS minify, JS combine, and a couple of other options. Now, from my personal experience, having developed hundreds and hundreds of different websites over the years, if any of these optimization settings are going to mess up something on the front end of your website, it's typically the JavaScript settings. JavaScript is much more fragile than something like CSS or HTML code. Sometimes one little space missing from a line of code can mess up the whole front end of your website. And so definitely be careful with the JS settings, but we are still going to turn on the JS minify option. And again, I know that I keep repeating this, but it's very important. You have to make sure to check the front end of your website after turning on a new optimization option, just to make sure that everything still looks good. And so I've turned on the JS minify option, and I'll click on the Save Changes button, and then click on this browser tab up here at the top to go back to the front end of our website. Then I'll refresh the screen and just scroll down the page to make sure that everything still looks good and that the website is still working properly. And just quickly glancing over the website, it looks like everything is still working. And so I'll click back into our optimization tab now, and I think it's safe to leave this JS minify option turned on. The other option that I would recommend turning on here is the load JS deferred option. So you can either choose deferred or delayed, and I would recommend that you go with the deferred option. Basically what this option does is it only starts running the JavaScript on your site after the HTML code has finished loading. And theoretically, this is supposed to make your site load faster because multiple languages of code aren't trying to run all at the same time. So with the deferred option turned on and the JS minify option turned on, we'll click on the Save Changes button down here at the bottom left. Then back up at the top, click on tab number 3, which is the HTML settings. Again, let's turn on the HTML minify option and then scroll down a little bit until you see this remove query strings option, and we're going to turn that option on. So without getting too confusing, basically this option allows resources on your site to be cached that normally cannot be cached. And this of course translates into a faster loading website. We're also going to turn on the load Google fonts asynchronously, which basically just helps the fonts on your website to load faster. And for the HTML settings, that's all I'm going to do. Again, you can feel free to explore any of these options for yourself. Just make sure to test them with your live website to make sure that nothing is visually affected. So click on Save Changes, and then we'll click on tab number 4, which is the media settings. And the first option that you'll see up here is something called lazy load images. These are images that sit on the couch all day watching TV and eating potato chips. And we don't want these types of images on our website. We want fast images, and so for that reason we'll make sure to turn this option on. But in all seriousness, lazy load images basically just forces the images on your site to not load until the image is actually visible within a user's screen. And so if I switch over to the home page on our site, when we first land on the home page, we've got this image right here, and this image would load instantly because it's already within my screen. But there's also an image directly below below us in the very next section. And if we have the lazy load images option turned on, the image that's directly below us will not load until we scroll down and that image enters our screen, at which point the image would load and become visible to us. And so any image on the site that is not yet on your screen will not load. And the benefit of this is that all of the images on your site don't have to be loaded as soon as the page is loaded. Only one image at a time is loaded. And this of course will help with the loading time and the speed of your website. And so we'll make sure that this option is turned on. Now, under media settings, there are a lot more options, and I would highly recommend that you click on this tiny learn more link at the top up here next to the media settings title and just read through some of these different settings to see what they do and if you might want to turn them on for your website. But I'll click on save changes up here, and for the website optimization and caching, that's basically it. You should start to see drastic improvements to the actual speed and performance on your website. Next, let's talk about creating additional website accounts. So right now, by default, your site has at least one account, which is your account. But what if you needed additional accounts? Perhaps you needed accounts for other members on your team or for just another reason. Well, luckily, adding new website accounts is very easy. From the back end of your website, what you'll do is click down here on this option in the sidebar that says users. When you click on that option, a list of your website's current users will show up on this list here. And at the moment, we only have one account, which is my account. But to add new accounts, what you'll do is click on this button at the top that says add new user. From here, you'll fill out the required fields, which are the username of the account and the email. Both of these fields are required, and the rest of this information, including the first and last name, the website, etc., are not required. And so we can just skip those fields. Then, once you've entered the username of the account and the email, you'll have to generate a new password for the account. Now, you can either go with a generated password that the website creates for you, or you can come up with your own password. It's really up to you which one you want to do, but you can always change the password again after the account has been created. Then, the final important part is selecting the role of this new user. If we click on this drop down, you'll see that there are 5 different key roles. You've got subscriber, contributor, author, editor, and administrator. And right here is a list of the roles and what those roles do. So the subscriber role is the lowest role that you can give an account. Subscribers only have access to manage their profile and read all posts and content on the website. The contributor role can do everything that the subscriber can, but in addition to that, can also create their own post. However, they can't publish the post that they create. The next level, author, can create, edit, and publish posts. And then there's the editor, who can manage all of the content on the website. And finally, the administrator role, which is the highest role on the website. The administrator has full control over the website, including adding or deleting users, installing updates, changing themes, and accessing all capabilities. The administrator is created by default when WordPress is installed, and your account by default will be an administrator. But that's basically it. Once you've selected the role of this user, and for this one, I'll go ahead and make it an admin, you'll click on the add new user button. And now that user has been added to your website. And this new user can log into the website the same exact way that you log in, by going to yourwebsite.com/wp-admin, and then this login box will appear. And that new user can either enter their username or email here in this first field, and then enter the password. And when they do that, they should be able to log in to the back end of the website. Now, the final thing I want to show you is how to add a new profile picture for your website account. And if I click on my account here, and then scroll to the very bottom of the page until we reach my profile picture, you might notice that there's a link under my photo that says you can change your profile picture with Gravatar. And if we click that link, it brings up this site right here. Now, traditionally, this would have been the only way to add a profile picture to your site. You would have had to create a free Gravatar account, and as long as you used the same email address to sign up with Gravatar that you used to create the account on your website with, when you uploaded your profile picture onto Gravatar, the profile picture would show up on your site. And you can certainly add a profile picture to your website this way if you wanted to, but there's actually an easier way to do it. If we click back onto your website and then click over here on plugins on the sidebar and then click on the button that says add new plugin, you can search for a plugin called user profile picture. And once it loads, you'll see this plugin here pop up. And basically what this plugin does is it allows you to set a custom profile picture using the standard WordPress media upload tool. In other words, you don't have to use Gravatar to set your profile picture. You can simply upload a picture to your website and use that picture instead. So let's go ahead and install this plugin by clicking on install now and then wait a few seconds for it to install. And once the plugin has been installed, click on activate. And now we'll head back into users by clicking on users in the left sidebar over here and then click on my account to open up the account settings. We now have this new option here to upload a profile image. And if we click on this box here that says click to edit, it'll open up your website's media library where you can then upload an image of yourself to set as your website profile picture. And once the picture is uploaded, you'll click on this button here that says set profile image and then scroll to the very bottom of this page and click on update profile. And now your website account will have a new profile picture. Also, anyone who has an account on your website can also change their profile picture the same exact way. And that pretty much is going to wrap it up for the final phase 3 of this video. And so again, I say to you a huge congratulations for completing this tutorial and for taking this massive leap to build your own WordPress website. This is not a small thing to do. People pay web developers thousands upon thousands of dollars to do what you just did all by yourself. And so you should be extremely proud of yourself because after all of that, you should now have a fully functional WordPress website that you build completely on your own. And you'll also be able to update your website on your own using this in-depth tutorial as a guide. And you can continue playing around with different plugins and settings on your site to completely customize it even more and make it your own. And feel free to watch this video again and use the timestamps to jump around to specific parts of the video. And again, I'll also have a link to Hostinger down in the video description. Hostinger is the web host that we used in today's video to build our WordPress website. Hostinger is packed with a ton of features, is super affordable, and is one of my favorite web hosts for building WordPress websites. And so again, I'll leave that link down below. And don't forget to use code Joshua Mayo at checkout to save even more money on your website hosting. And hey, if you found this massive video useful, please do me a huge favor and drop a like on the video, consider subscribing, and leave a comment down below just saying thank you to show your appreciation. This video has taken me weeks to fully develop, and it helps the channel out so much when you engage with the video. But again, congratulations on building your site, and thank you so much for being here. You're amazing, and I'll see you again very soon. Take care.